We are on the record for hearings in the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for May 29th. I am David Garner, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9 a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 31478, continued. Case number 31758, continued. Case number 31759, continued. Case number 3176, Case number 31767, continued. Case number 31676, continued. Case number 31317, continued. Case number 31673, continued. Case number 31674, continued. Case number 31768, continued. Case number 31769, continued. Case number 31770, dismissed. Case number 31300, continued. Case number 31301, continued. Case number 31682, continued. Case number 31780, dismissed. Case number 31790, continued. Case number 31791, continued. Case number 31792, continued. The administrative docket starts on page 8 with case number 31775 and goes through case number 31800. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases on the administrative docket will be placed on the oil and gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters on the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We will begin with moving to case number 31591, application of Neptune Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Arnagad Bakken Pool to allow a well to be drilled and completed in such a manner so as to allow the horizontal wellbore to be located not less than 300 feet from the eastern boundary of the spacing unit, comprised of sections 25 and 36, Township 150 North, Range 101 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, as an exception to the applicable setback requirements and such further relief. I'll note that the hearing in this case has already been heard and that this is on the docket today due to a publication error. Attorney Bender, I'll give you an opportunity to make any comment if you...
Mr. Examiner, Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1894, Bismarck, North Dakota, hearing this matter 31591 on behalf of Neptune Operating LLC. As you indicated, Mr. Examiner, this matter was heard before the Commission a month or so ago, and evidence was taken at that time, but because of an advertising error, this matter was docketed again for today. I would just point out that on May 8th, 2025, Neptune did file with the Commission a affidavit of mailing that indicated that we provided notice again to all of the owners in and under the spacing units at issue.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the staff? All right, that concludes our hearing for case number 31591.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tom Throne on behalf of Oasis. Just wanted to let the Commission know we still object to it, but we were just here in case additional evidence was presented.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our hearing for case number 31591. Case number 31753, application of XTO Energy, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Haystack Butte Bakken Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, Township 148 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on each proposed spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1865, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case number 31753 on behalf of XTO Energy, Inc. We plan on calling 3 witnesses in this matter, and it appears they are on the phone right now.
Ms. Bosworth. Ms. Bosworth?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Andrea, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Andrea Bosworth,
And Andrea, by whom are you employed?
CEO, ExxonMobil,
In what capacity?
Landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Andrea, let's skip the cover page for this packet of exhibits for 31753. Let's go to the following page, Exhibit 1. What I'd like you to do is identify Exhibit number 1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit 1 is showing the county, McKenzie and Dunn, and the field that this case takes place in is the Haystack Butte.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 is showing the outlines of the current 1280 spacing units, sections 3 and 10, and 15 and 22, and Township 148, Range 97. XTO's current working interest in sections 3 and 10 is 100%, and XTO's working interest in sections 15 and 22 is 53.88.
And there's been some development on a pattern of 1,280 acre spacing for 3 and 10, and then also 15 and 22, is that correct?
Yes, sir, there's existing producing wells.
And the request here today is to allow the drilling of some additional wells, but this time on a pattern of 2560s, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 3. Can you tell us what Exhibit 3 is?
Exhibit 3 is showing the proposed requested stand-up 2560 unit, and XTO's working interest in the proposed unit is 75.17%.
Okay. And there are some topographic issues, are there not, with respect to continued development on 1,280 acre spacing, is that correct?
Yes, sir. There's the next slide will show some of those surface constraints.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit, I believe it's labeled 3-1. Can you point out, well, first identify the exhibit and then point out what is shown on this exhibit with respect to surface constraints?
So this is showing the proposed unit is outlined in green, and the proposed surface location is the red square in section 15, in the center of section 15. The tan is showing the BLM land, the blue is state land, and then the green is Forest Service land, surface managed by the Forest Service. Also, you can see there's pretty rugged terrain around this. There's also the Little Missouri River in this area, and so due to all of that, we have, and then the next slide will show the NSO, no surface occupancy, and some of the sections, and due to all that is why we're trying to propose this to be a stand-up 2560 so we can drill all the remaining wells on one pad.
And Andrea, perhaps you touched on this. If you did, I missed it, and I apologize. But you show a red square on Exhibit 3-1. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that's our proposed surface location.
Okay. And the selection of that surface location will become more evident when you discuss the next exhibit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go to 3-2, and I want you to identify Exhibit 3-2 and then discuss the importance of this exhibit with respect to your request for 2560 acre spacing.
The proposed unit is outlined in green, sections 3, 10, 15, and 22. The red is showing the no surface occupancy due to steep slope. The purple are the polka dot is showing the NSO, no surface occupancy, due to the bighorn sheep areas. And then the tan is showing BLM land. And so due to the steep slope, the NSOs for the bighorn sheep, the Little Missouri River, and the rugged terrain is the reason why we're proposing a stand-up 2560 to drill the remaining infill wells in these sections.
If I look at your Exhibit 3.2, I see a lot of purple dots, and you indicated that was sheep management area, and then, of course, you said the red was very rough terrain. If I look into at the southwest of Section 12, or excuse me, Section 10, it looks like there might be an area there where you could locate a well. Can you address that? Is that feasible?
So we have an existing pad. That's where our existing pad is in Section 10, and I don't believe it could be expanded to fit the 8 wells that we're planning to drill.
And I know you're not an engineer, Andrea. Will the engineering witness talk about some engineering issues with locating a well in that location and then drilling in the eastern half of the 4 sections that would constitute this 2560?
Yes, sir.
All the questions I have for the land witness.
Any questions from the staff?
And on Exhibit 3.1, you say the tan is BLM land. But the underlying yellowish, very light color, that's all private?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on Exhibit 3.2, you show the bighorn sheep habitat with a, does that have a no surface occupancy?
Where we're planning on our proposed pad?
No. Where you show the stippled, or the purple dots, does that bighorn sheep habitat have an NSO provision?
Yes, sir.
And can that be enforced on private land?
I mean, I don't believe so.
So you don't know for sure?
I don't believe it can be enforced onto private land.
So are you telling me it can or cannot be enforced on private land?
It cannot be enforced.
Okay. And you said you don't believe the pad in Section 10 can be expanded. Do you know that for sure, or is that, I mean, what is the status of that?
I don't know what's 100% accurate. Like, I don't know 100% if it can be expanded or not, but also we have concerns about being able to reach the furthest eastern wells in 3 and 10 and 15 and 22 by using the existing pad. We believe the step out would be too far.
Well, I'll defer this question to your engineering witness, but what's the furthest step out XTO has ever drilled?
If you don't know, Andrea, we can have the engineering witness answer.
Yeah, we'll have the engineering witness to answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Musso,
Yes, sir.
Do solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Lauren, state your full name for the record, please.
Lauren Musso,
And Lauren, by whom are you employed?
Sun Mobile,
And in what capacity?
geoscientist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes,
Have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
yes,
Offer the further testimony of this witness as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Lauren, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 4. And as Andrea did, what I'd like you to do is identify Exhibit 4 and then briefly discuss the pertinence of this exhibit with respect to the application before the commission today.
sure. So we'll start with Exhibit 4, which is looking into the subsurface of this stand-up proposed unit. The proposed spacing unit is in the purplish pink color. We have all existing wells turned on, with producers from Bakken Reservoir are in blue, and the Three Forks bench producers are in green. This is a subsea Upper Bakken shale structure map with a contour interval of 20 feet. Throughout this interval, throughout this proposed spacing unit, we have a very steady structural regime here. No subsurface fault to be concerned of. Very continuous structural contours, averaging around negative 8,750 feet throughout the four sections. There's a cross-section line on the west side from north to south, which will be referenced in the next exhibit.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 5. Can you identify that exhibit and briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Yes. So from A to A prime, it is north to south. We have a very laterally continuous Upper Bakken shale, Middle Bakken, Lower Bakken shale, and Three Forks benches. The thicknesses are very consistent, around 40 to 45 feet in the Middle Bakken reservoir, and then the Three Forks 1 and 2 kind of combined together are averaging around 100 feet in both of them. The main difference in this cross-section would be the presence of the pronghorn shale on the well on the right, where it's absent on the well on the left, and that is not a concern internally to any kind of production differences. It is essentially irrelevant.
Lauren, in your opinion, is there uniformity with respect to porosity, permeability, and thickness across the proposed 2,560-acre spacing unit?
Yes.
And in your opinion, is there an absence of faults and anomalies across the proposed 2,560-acre spacing unit?
Yes.
No further questions of this witness.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. Lusk?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Trenna, state your full name for the record, please.
Trent Lusk,
And Trennis, by whom are you employed?
XTO, ExxonMobil,
And in what capacity?
as a reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Trennis, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 6. What I'd like you to do is identify Exhibit 6 and then just very briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
On Exhibit 6, what you're looking at is our typical profile for a 2-mile lateral in the Bakken. Standard casing design, surface intermediate casing with cemented 7-inch casing to the production casing to the kickoff point, and a cemented 5-inch liner to TD. We'll plan to frac with about 29 stages in a 2-mile lateral.
Okay, and Exhibit 7?
Following this, we will be discussing the 6 sections to the east, but in this overlapping 2560 DSU, we're proposing to develop 2-mile DSUs located in the Haystack View Bakken Pool in Dunn County. What we're proposing here is similar timing, spacing, and completion. We plan to infill the overlapping 2560 with 8 co-developed wells. The Middle Bakken and Three Forks benches will be wind racked throughout the development.
Trennis, I'd like you to address, both from a surface perspective and a downhole perspective, the reason XTO believes that the current location in the southwest of 10 is not feasible for a location for these additional wells that you have proposed for the east half of 3 and 10 and the east half of 15 and 22.
There's a couple of different reasons. So expanding, if we're able to expand that pad, and it is also my understanding we can't to accommodate all the facilities and spacing for the wells, it creates additional complexity in the drilling and completions with a close to a mile step out on the far eastern wells. In addition to that, we're looking at, we would have to shut in those parent wells and stop them from producing while we were developing these other wells, and the time that would be shut in and deferred production is obviously undesirable. At this point, I believe the maximum distance we've stepped out is just over 3,000 feet. So this would be beyond what we've done today to step out and drill those wells on the far eastern side.
Now, Trennis, there were some questions of a previous witness about whether some of these no surface occupancies could be enforced against XTO. In your experience, does XTO many times agree to things that will just result in XTO getting along with surface owners?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We endeavor to be a good neighbor.
Okay. And some of these agencies, like U.S. Fish and Wildlife, North Dakota Game and Fish, XTO may have to deal with them in the future, so you don't want to be real hard-nosed on everything. Is that correct?
Correct.
Let's go on to the next exhibit, Trennis. Exhibit 8. Can you tell us what that is?
So what you're looking at here is the typical economic profile for a 2-mile lateral in the central area of the Bakken Pool here. On average, 40-foot net pay, 7% porosity, 25% water saturation, with a typical EUR of about 1,000 KBOE. We also make the following assumptions. Our drilling completion investment will be about $10 million per well, an OPEX or operating monthly cost of about $19,000 per month, and assuming a $60 barrel of oil and $250 per MCF. This results in a favorable return on our investment of just under 3 to 1.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit 9.
Here we're looking to propose and establish and create an overlapping 2560, combining the two 2-mile DSUs located in the Haystack View Bakken Pool in Dunn County. As noted previously, due to terrain, NSOs, river, etc., extremely difficult for us to locate a surface location in this area. We're proposing to finish developing each of these DSUs with 8 wells, drilling north and south, with 1 pad and 1 facility for a savings of $10 million. This enables us to reduce our footprint and minimize waste. In addition, due to eliminating internal setbacks, we anticipate additional reserves of 300,000 BOE. This overlapping 2560 enables us to be competitive in our portfolio and will allow us to develop these two DSUs similarly to the upcoming 1920 we're about to discuss, with consistent spacing, co-development, timing, and completion intensity.
You want to talk a little bit about the homogeneity of the reservoir in drilling to the north and drilling to the south?
Certainly. You're seeing here on the exhibit 9 there, in the center, you see a plot, and what we have shown clearly here is that we do see a significant uplift in performance with the newer completions. So vintage being the older completions predating 2016, modern completions being from that point forward. So we're looking to come in here and develop these with the new completions and recover additional reserves. Also, what this is showing is that we see consistency from the north DSU to the south DSU. We see the similar performance. Those plots are based on offsetting wells all around this DSU, the overlapping 2560 DSU, which is highlighted in pink on the right, with the wells that were reviewed around it in gray.
Okay, and is Exhibit 10 a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Mr. Examiner, no further questions. Offer Exhibits 1 through 10.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Just for the record, I believe on the cover page it says Range 96 West, and I believe it's supposed to be Range 97 West, so I think that's just a typo. It's correct on the gas capture affidavit and other places that I saw. My question would be, I guess, for Andrea. Do you have have you been in contact with the landowner and have a SUA in place with that landowner yet? For the
We do not, but we have worked with them in,
Go ahead, sorry.
sorry. We have not, but we have worked with them in the past, and we have a good relationship with them.
Okay, thank you.
Trennis, do you know what the cumulative production for 3 and 10 is?
Yes, I do, but I don't have it readily available to me.
Okay. So on
Sorry, I'm getting an echo here. But what I do recall clearly is the North DSU has cumed about 65% of what the South DSU has cumed, so there is a slight difference in cumulative production between the two DSUs.
So under your scenario, you're going to drill 5 wells to the north and 3 to the south.
That is correct.
So how does that protect the correlative rights of the owners in 3 and 10 when they have roughly half, well, they have half the number of wells and a little more than half the production that 15 and 22 has?
I would argue the protection here is the timing. So if we're able to do this, we would come in and develop these consistent with the wells to the east there, all at the same time with the same time of completion. The 3 wells to the south, it will be harder to compete for capital. If we need to do those, they would become under a later time period at this point. They would be deferred or pushed out in production. We would continue with the north DSU. XTO has 100% working interest in the North DSU, and I believe 53% working interest in the South DSU. So at this point, arguably, if there was concerns there, XTO would have more of the concerns on their side. We still believe this to be the right decision for developing these DSUs.
On Exhibit 9, it's not clear to me which is north and which is south on the solid gray lines. But it looks like there's the one line looks like it's leveling off or even possibly declining at this point. Is that the north or the south?
Are you looking at the plot?
Yeah, your plot in the center there, yep.
So that's an average of both. You're asking on like the line that doesn't have quite as much production?
Yeah, is that for the north unit or the south unit?
I believe that is for the south unit. I would have to confirm.
Okay, thank you.
Trennis, I have a question on the difference between the vintage and the modern fracs. What, like, in general terms, kind of what changed between 2016 and now?
We saw some pretty big differences in intensity.
Okay.
So, like the vintage, you're probably less than 300 pounds per foot, and modern north of 1,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31753. Case number 31754. Application of XTO Energy Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Lost Bridge, Bakken Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota, authorizing the drilling, completing, and producing of a well to be located on each side of the common section line between two existing 1920-acre spacing units as follows. 1. A well with the lateral to be located approximately 300 feet from the west line of an existing 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1, 12, and 13, Township 148 North, Range 97 West. And 2, a well with the lateral to be located approximately 300 feet from the east line of an existing 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 2, 11, and 14, Township 148 North, Range 97 West, and such other relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Examiner, Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1865, Bismarck, appearing in case number 31754 on behalf of XTO Energy, Inc. We're going to have the same three witnesses in this case as the previous case, and they accidentally were cut off, so I'm going to have to see if they'll call back. Hello?
Hey,
Sorry, you got,
Andrea.
Yeah, you got cut off. I apologize for that.
Just a reminder, they're still in growth.
Okay. Andrea, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case number 31754. Let's skip the cover page and go to Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1 is a locator map showing that this case is in the Lost Bridge field.
Okay, Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 is showing the two
Thank-
existing 1920 spacings in 14897, sections 1, 12, and 13, and sections 2, 11, and 14. And then
You can.
the blue box is showing the requested mirroring locations of the two interior lease line wells.
You want to start over? Okay. Andrea, we were having a little trouble picking up, nothing you did wrong, probably something I did wrong, but can you start again with Exhibit 1 and just identify Exhibit 1 and briefly describe what's contained on it?
Yes, sir. Exhibit 1 is a locator map showing that this case is in the Lost Bridge field.
Okay, Exhibit 2?
Exhibit 2 is showing the existing 1920 spacing unit in 14897, sections 1, 12, and 13, 2, 11, and 14. And the blue box is showing the requested mirroring locations of the two interior lease line wells.
Okay, Exhibit 3?
Exhibit 3 is showing those same 1920 spacing units, 1, 12, and 13, 2, 11, and 14. XTO's current working interest in sections 1, 12, and 13 is 97.13, and XTO's working interest in the 1920 sections 2, 11, and 14 is 97.53.
Do you have a percentage for the combined? No, I guess I don't need that, I'm sorry. No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay. Lauren, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can you turn to Exhibit 4, identify Exhibit 4, and then briefly discuss what's contained on it?
Yes, the proposed spacing unit is highlighted in the purplish pink color. The existing producers from the Three Forks bench are highlighted in green, and then the Bakken producers are highlighted in blue. Within this proposed spacing, there are 3 existing Three Forks producers shown from east to west. And then we have the structural map for the Upper Bakken Shale, showing that the structure is very homogeneous throughout this area. Kind of the lowest point in this region is located over these 6 sections, averaging deeper than 8,760 feet subsea. And the contour interval of the map is 20 foot. On the west side, there's the cross-section line A to A prime, same as the previous exhibit, and we can look at that on the next page.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 5.
So these are the same wells as presented previously. Thicknesses of the Middle Bakken very consistent, around 40 to 45 feet thick, and the 3 4 1 and 2 benches are around 100 feet thick in both. And again, just the pronghorn scale is present on the well on the right. However, we don't expect it to contribute any issues to production.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff?
Sorry if I missed this earlier, but are these going to be a combination of Three Forks and Middle Bakken targets?
Yes, we will co-develop both of those benches.
And the Three Forks, both, you say both of those benches, so the Three Forks 1 and 2?
Oh, no, sorry, sir. It will probably be, at the time, 3 Forks 1 only.
Okay,
But we do anticipate to be draining from 3 Forks 2. It's a single flow unit.
thank you.
And we're going to get to that on Exhibit 7 too, so.
You can proceed.
Trennis,
Exhibit 6.
What you're looking at here on Exhibit 6 is our standard casing design for our 3-mile laterals. So surface and intermediate casing with cemented 7-inch casing to kickoff point and a cemented 5-inch liner to TD. Here we'll propose a minimum of 44 frac stages for the 3-mile lateral, likely tapering as we go out towards the toe in frac length stages.
Exhibit 7.
On Exhibit 7 here, what you're looking at is the pink boundary for the 3840 DSU, and the 2 mirroring wells in the center are proposed 300 feet on each side. The left or western side to be the Middle Bakken, the eastern side to be a Three Forks bench. These 6 sections located here are largely undeveloped, with the existing 3 wells going laydowns across the DSU. We propose to co-develop similarly a cross-feed spacing unit with 8 wells per section, equidistant between wells, including the 2 mirroring wells, 300 feet from east and west of the lease line. Here we're proposing a systematic mow-down approach to these 6 sections, and hopefully the sections to the west, which is a more efficient development design and improves development pace and recovery. Here we're looking at a spacing of about 700 feet per well, both DSUs to get the same number of wells.
So if this application is granted, does it allow XTO the opportunity to more closely drill the wells equal distance apart than would drilling wells as overlapping section line wells?
Yes, it does.
Let's go on to the next exhibit, Exhibit 8.
Here you're looking at what you're seeing is a typical profile, economic profile for an individual 3-mile lateral in a 1920 DSU. Similar for here, 40-foot net pay, 7% porosity, 25% water saturation, with an EUR of about 1,500 kBOE. Also make the following assumption: $12.5 million for DNC investment, $19,000 per month for operating costs, and a $60 barrel of oil for price and a $2.50 price for gas. This results in a favorable rate of investment of just over 3 to 1.
And Exhibit 9, is that a gas capture affidavit? Or, excuse me, that's a development plan. I'm sorry. Go to Exhibit 9 and tell us what that is.
Here we're proposing to develop 2 3-mile DSUs with 8 wells per section, co-developed in the Middle Bakken and Three Forks benches, wine rack. We're proposing similar timing, completion, and spacing, thus a more efficient development design, improving development pace and recovery. This is including the 2 mirroring wells that allows us to more optimally space the 2 DSUs and add additional recoverable reserves, approximately 700,000 BOE. It also enables us to reduce facilities, resulting in a capital savings of about $2 million, improving capital efficiency and minimizing waste.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yeah.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Trennis, on your Exhibit 7, I might have missed it. What did you say your optimal inner lateral distance is?
Approximately 700.
And the wells are proposed to be drilled at 300 feet from the common line. What is XTO's drilling tolerance for, if the setback were 300, where would you have to locate the well?
To not encroach upon that,
Correct.
we try and target 50 to 100 feet for lateral tolerance.
So if the commission were to establish the setback at 250 feet, is that acceptable?
We would prefer 300 because that allows it to be more spaced more evenly throughout the two DSUs.
Yeah,
But if that was the proposal, we would accept.
no, let me rephrase the question. So you want to drill the wells at 300 feet, correct?
Correct.
And the commission has to establish a setback. So if that setback were 250 feet, that would give you a 50-foot tolerance. Is that acceptable, or what would you recommend as the setback?
Yes, that would be tolerable. Sorry.
And Mr. Boer, I assume the order would say something to the effect is no closer than 250 feet.
Yeah, it would just be a normal, it would indicate that the setback is 250 feet.
Yep.
And, you know, they can locate the well at 300 or 310, whatever they want, but no, they couldn't cross over that 250-foot setback without being in violation of the order.
Yeah, I was asking the question for their benefit.
Yeah. And Trennis, on Exhibit 7, the surface location for the wells in 1, 12, and 13 is going to be in the northeast of Section 23, is that right? Or is it in the southeast of 14?
Southeast to 14.
And so your easternmost well, you're going to step out approximately a mile, are you not?
We will be close to a mile there. We are starting to try these up north of the river to date. We have not done this yet.
So it appears this is in conflict with the testimony you gave in the last case or the exhibit you presented, is it not?
But again, it does put at risk whether it's the heel or the toe. So there is drilling and completions risk associated with this step out. Since we are very limited in where we can put our surface location, we are having to work with this and accommodate it. It does not mean there's no drilling and completion risk associated with these.
Well, I assume there's drilling completion risk with any well you drill, is there not?
There's more with the larger step out.
Okay, thank you.
Lawrence, a question for you, but are you going to be submitting a gas capture exhibit?
No, we didn't plan on it because it's my understanding that we have the authority to drill this number of wells. It's just a question on where they get drilled. And since there wouldn't be extra wells, didn't think there was a need. But if it's something the commission wants, we sure could supply it.
Okay, no, that's okay, I just wanted to verify. Thank you.
Yep, thank you for asking the question.
I guess I have one question. Section 23 and 24, does Exxon have, I know that's not the case that we're talking about, but does Exxon have plans to develop those sections in the future? I believe they have wells that run east to west.
Yeah, yes, sir, we do.
And again, do you plan on developing those on 1 mile sections or something
Would
different?
be 23 and 24 would be 2-mile laterals.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, that concludes our hearing for case number 31754. Case number 31755, application of Devon Energy Williston LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Cow Creek Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 6, 7, 18, and 19, Township 155 North, Range 100 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 6 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit, and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1865, Bismarck, appearing in case number 31755 on behalf of Devon Energy Williston, LLC.
Are your witnesses on the line?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Toma,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Bush, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Bush Toma,
And Bush, by whom are you employed?
Devon Energy Williston, LLC.
In what capacity?
I'm a senior landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Bush, let's go to the packet of exhibits for 31755. Let's skip the cover page and go to L1. Tell us what L1 is.
The L1 is the regional locator map of this proposed 2560-acre spacing unit. It's in the Cow Creek field.
Okay, and Exhibit L2?
L2 are the existing 1280-acre spacing unit. Section 6 and 7, the L septo, Devon's got a 65% working interest. And sections 18 and 19, the A septo, Devon's got a 82% working interest.
And L3?
L3's proposed 2560-acre overlapping spacing unit, section 6, 7, 18, 19, column 5, 100, and Devon would have a 73.7% working interest in that spacing unit.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff? Ms. Henry, do
Yes.
you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Catherine, state your name for the record, please.
Catherine Henry,
And Catherine, by whom are you employed?
Devon Energy,
In what capacity?
geologist.
Have you testified in that position before and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Catherine, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, G1. You want to tell me what G1 is?
Yes, G1 is structure map of the Upper Bakken Shale with 25-foot contours. I've also included the proposed unit outlined in red, and the type log that we'll be using is highlighted in yellow. It's the Shade FLB1.
Okay, and G2?
G2 is the type log that I mentioned, the Shade FLB1. We're looking at a thickness of 39 feet in the Middle Bakken, and the wells in question are targeting the Middle Bakken.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff? Ms. Luna,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Kathy, state your full name for the record, please.
Catherine Luna,
And Kathy, by whom are you employed?
Devon Energy,
In what capacity?
is a senior staff reservoir engineer.
In that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
What I would like you to do, Kathy, is briefly highlight for the examiner and the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
So I graduated from the University of Texas at Austin in 2011 with a Bachelor of Science degree in petroleum engineering. Then within a few months of graduation, I went to work full-time for Marathon Oil I was there for about 13 and a half years, where I held a variety of roles, mainly in reservoir engineering and working unconventional basins. After that, I joined Devon Energy here about 3 months ago as a reservoir engineer.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the engineering matters that are pertinent to this application?
Yes,
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Kathy, let's turn to Exhibit E1, and I would like you to identify E1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
And Exhibit E1 contains a well spot map. As you can see on the bottom there, plan on drilling 6 middle Bakken wells noted in red. There are 2 existing 2-mile middle Bakken wells in the section.
Okay, and then let's go to the next exhibit, E2. As you did with E1, identify and briefly discuss.
So Exhibit E2 is a wellbore schematic showing our typical 20K lateral 4-string design, and we plan on doing 100 plug-and perf stages.
E3,
Exhibit E3 contains a set of reservoir characteristics. Again, we will be drilling middle Bakken wells. Expected net pay is about 39 feet, a porosity of 7.5%, and water saturation is 34%.
okay, and then let's go to E4. Tell us what E4 is.
Exhibit E4 is a set of well economics. So again, middle Bakken wells. We are expecting an initial IP just short of 2,000 barrels a day, a GOR of 1,278, estimated oil EUR of 676,000 barrels, equates to about 828,000 BOE. And the table below that shows a set of economics. So these will run on a $70 oil price, $3 gas price, CapEx, which includes drilling and completions, at $11,696,000. That results in a rate of return of about 78% and a payout of 2.5 years.
And Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes,
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect correlative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Kathy, is your anticipated pad location going to be on the current pad that's in section 31?
We are currently still sorry, there's an echo. We are currently still evaluating a pad location.
What's your anticipated spud date for the wells?
Anticipated spud date is May 2026.
The 2 current wells that are active in section 6 and 7, there's one in the 1819 as indicated on your exhibit E1. Are you going to continue to produce those wells, or are they anticipated to be plug and abandoned before completing the new well bores?
We will shut them in during the completion, but we plan to turn them back online after the wells come on production and clean out if necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy, on your Exhibit E1, and getting back to Mr. Tabor's question, what you depicted on this exhibit, is that a pad, is that drilling from the current pad in 31?
No, we are still currently evaluating pad location.
So,
And I can answer that.
sure.
I'm sorry, I can answer that question in a little more detail. The plan is not to drill from either of those existing pads. The plan is to drill these wells from the north if we can find a suitable location.
So the well sticks that are on there now, Bush, I mean, it appears to me they're going to a pad in the south half of section 31.
Yeah, I mean, I think the ideal location would be just the west of those existing pads in 31, but we're still, kind of exploring different options.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that concludes the hearing for case number 31755. Case number 31756, application of Devon Energy Williston LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Painted Woods Bach and Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish two overlapping 1920 acre spacing units comprised of sections 34, 35, and 36, Township 155 North, Range 102 West, and sections 1, 2, and 3, Township 154 North, Range 102 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on each proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1865, Bismarck, appearing this matter, case 31756, on behalf of Devon Energy Williston LLC. We'll be calling the same three witnesses in this matter as we called in the previous
They're
case.
still on the oath.
Okay, Bush, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for 31756. Let's go to Exhibit L1. Tell us what L1 is.
L1 is the regional locator map and field depiction of the proposed 1920 overlapping spacing unit. And those would be in Painted Woods.
Okay, and L2.
L2 are the existing stand-up 1280 spacing unit. There's the Mont, which is in section 34, 155, 102, and section 3, 154, 102. And Devon's got a 90% working interest in that one. There's the Mont 4, section 35 and 2, and Devon has a 97% working interest in that. And then there's the Mont N in section 36 and section 1, and Devon's got a 92% working interest in that one.
L3.
L3 is the proposed, the ownership of the proposed 1920 acre spacing units. The DSU to the north is 34, 35, 36, and Devon would have a 93% working interest in that. And the one to the south is sections 1, 2, 3, and Devon would have a 93% working interest in that one.
No further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Bush, I'm assuming it's just a typo, but I just pointed out in your land descriptions for your sections on L1 and L3, you have section 35, comma 35. I'm assuming that should be 34 for both of those exhibits.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay, Catherine, let's go to G1. You want to tell me what G1 is?
Yes, G1 structure map of the Upper Bakken Shale with 25-foot contours. The two proposed 1920 units are outlined in red. I also have a title that's highlighted in yellow. It's the Wing 4-33-1H.
Okay, you want to go to G2?
G2 is the typology I just mentioned, the Wing 4-33-1H. We have a net thickness of 34 feet in the Middle Bakken, and the wells in question are targeting the Middle Bakken.
And it looks like we got a typo on both G1 and G2 where we list section 35 twice. Is that correct?
Yes, I think you'll see that throughout the document. It's a template issue.
Okay. No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Kathy, let's go to Exhibit E1. Would you tell us what E1 is and what's contained upon it?
Exhibit E1 is a well plot map. As you can see, there are 3 existing wells as noted in the map. Middle Bakken wells. We plan on drilling 5 Middle Bakken wells in each of the spacing units, noted in red.
Okay, E2,
E2 is a wellbore schematic. It is showing our typical 15K lateral. It will be a 3-string design, and we are estimating 75 plug-and perf stages.
E3,
E3 is a set of reservoir characteristics. Again, these will all be Middle Bakken wells. We are estimating roughly 34 feet of net pay, 6.3% of porosity, and 37% on water saturation.
E4,
E4 is a set of well economics. We are expecting an initial rate of about 1,500 barrels a day from these wells, EOR of 1,422, and an estimated oil EOR of 588,000 barrels. That equates to a little over 700,000 barrels on a BOE basis. When we ran the economics, we assumed oil price of $70, gas price of $3, CapEx of about $9.5 million. That equates out to about a 98% rate of return and a payout of about 2.5 years.
and Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Kathy, using Exhibit E1, are your pads, or I'm assuming what you're depicting here is where your pads are proposed to be located, or is that still being decided?
From what I understand, that is still being decided.
But it is for sure to be drilled from the western to the east?
Yes.
What's your anticipated spud date?
June 2026.
What's the interwell spacing, optimum interwell spacing goal?
The optimal, so we plan currently on developing these at 5 wells per section in each spacing unit.
What's your goal of between laterals, your distance?
Give us 1 second. I don't know that off the top of my head. About 900 feet. So do note that this is for illustration purposes, and it is possible we will shift these well scores around a little bit before we execute.
Okay, and that is essentially why I'm asking the question, is just, I understand it's a cartoon, but it was odd as to why the southern wells had such a large space between there. And are you anticipating batch drilling the wells?
Yes.
Which space unit would you drill first?
I don't know.
Would both space units be drilled at the same time, or is that something to still be
Yes.
determined?
Currently, we plan on drilling them at the same time, back to back. So we would drill each unit, then complete each unit, and then throw them back at roughly the same time.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31756. This time we'll take a 10-minute break. Okay, we are back on the record. We'll resume with case number 31478. Application of Devon Energy Williston LLC for an order for the Hart Butte Bakken Pool and/or Twin Buttes Bakken Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota, to create and establish the following. 1. 1280-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 4 and 9, Township 147 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 7 wells on said proposed 1280-acre spacing unit. And 2. An overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 4, 5, 8, and 9, Township 147 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit, and such further relief as appropriate. This case has been continued to our June hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 31478. Case number 31757. Application of Silver Hill Energy Operating LLC for an order amending field rules for the Ray Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 4, 5, 8, and 9, Township 156 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 31757 on behalf of Silver Hill Energy Operating LLC. We'll have 3 witnesses.
Mr. Bossy?
Yes, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm great, thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, I do.
Kyle, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Kyle Brandon Bossy,
And Kyle, by whom are you employed?
Silver Hill Energy Partners.
And in what capacity?
I am the landman lead for the Bakken.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the Industrial Commission on previous occasions?
Yes, sir, once before.
Okay. And you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Kyle, let's go to the packet of exhibits for 31757. Let's skip the first page and cover page and go to Exhibit L1. Can you tell us what L1 is?
Yes, sir, this is the locator map just showing a zoom-in portion of Township 156 North, Range 97 West, depicting the Section 4 and 9 and 5 and 8 of our Anderson and Solberg pad that we're proposing the 2560 on.
Okay, L2?
L2 is a further depiction of our Solberg unit in the red to the west, being sections 5 and 8 in our Anderson DSU to the east, sections 4 and 9, where we are applying for a section line well. As you can see on the breakdown, with the proposed 2560, we would be at 67% leasehold for this proposed section line well.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. George,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Mark, state your name for the record, please.
Mark, this is for George.
And Mark, by whom are you employed?
Silver Hill Energy Partners,
In what capacity?
Geoscience Manager.
And in that capacity, you testified before the commission previously?
No, I've not.
What I'd like you to do is briefly highlight your educational background and work experience.
So I received a MS in geology from the University of Texas in Dallas. Prior to joining Silver Hill in September of 2020, I spent 14 years with Pioneer Natural Resources in various technical, subsurface, and supervisory roles.
And In preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant geologic matters concerning this application?
Yes.
Have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Mark, let's go to G1, and what I'll have you do is identify G1 and then briefly discuss what's contained on G1.
So exhibit G1, geologic structure map on top of the Middle Bakken with a 50-foot contour interval. The red dash lines are overlaying to show various field outlines neighboring the proposed spacing unit. And the red star in section 6 of 156 North 97 West indicates the location of the type log, which is included in exhibit G2. The Middle Bakken Formation here is shown dipping from east to west, and it represents similar thickness with respect to the type log across the proposed spacing unit. And additionally, there's no upper faults in it.
Okay, G2.
G2, the Wheeler 21-6, the vertical well drilled by Smoky Oil Company in 1977. The log is displayed, captures the Upper Bakken Shale through the Three Forks Formation into the top of the Bird Bear. The target formation in the Middle Bakken is indicated by the red arrow.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Jaroska,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Billy, state your name for the record.
Billy Jaroska,
And Billy, by whom are you employed?
Silver Hill Energy Operating,
In what capacity?
Vice President, Reservoir Engineering.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have,
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Billy, let's go to E1. I'll have you identify Exhibit E1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit E1 is our proposed development plan for the section line well that is in this packet. The dark black dashed line is the outline of the 2560 that we're applying for. The lighter dashed box depicts the approximate 500-foot corridor along that section line that we will be locating our wellbore in. And the orange dashed line is the proposed Middle Bakken section line well. And I've also put on a green dashed line that indicates another well that would be drilled in this corridor, not in the section line corridor, but outside of it as a development plan between the existing Solberg well and the existing Anderson well.
And we'll drilling those wells, if it's approved by the commission, that's going to put basically equal distance between the wells. Is that a fair statement?
It's going to be close. We're finalizing the exact location, but we plan on standing off the Anderson just a little bit more than the Solberg because it has a little bit higher cumulative oil. The Anderson well has made 212 MBO, and the Solberg well has made 190 MBO. But it's going to be close to equal distance.
Let's go to Exhibit E2, and as with the previous exhibit, first identify and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit E2 is a typical Middle Bakken well design, showing how we drill and set casing. Plan on running the typical completion out here in the Bakken, the 4.5-inch liner cut back into 7-inch casing, and we plan on doing a plug and perk simulation with approximately 33 stages. That's going to give us a stage length of around 300 feet.
Exhibit E3.
Exhibit E3 has some reservoir parameters and economics for this section line well. We're anticipating about 58 feet of Middle Bakken reservoir with an average porosity of 6.5%, average water saturation of 50%. when you look at the amount of well in place that's within the proposed 2560, it's around 21 million barrels. We anticipate our well coming on around 1,300 barrels a day, declining off at 82% with B factor of 0.9. We anticipate a water oil ratio of 1.5 and a gas oil ratio starting at 1,800, going up to 3,500 SCF per barrel. This will yield an EUR of 460 MBO and 1.3 BCF gas. Our expected economics at $65 oil and $3.25 flat, with a capex of $7.5 million, according with a 100% working interest and 80% net, yields a $3.8 million PV10 and a rate of return of 56% with a payout of 18 months.
And Exhibit E4, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
On your exhibit E1, where's your proposed pad location gonna be?
Right now, we are in final negotiations for a pad location that's located in the south half of Section 35 of 15797. And so that will allow us to drill wells on the western half of the Solberg unit and also get these two wells that are depicted on this Exhibit E1.
Would that be a shared pad with the current pad that's in that section?
The current pad for the Solberg is actually on the southern end of the well bore down in Section 8, so this will be a new pad.
Currently, there's a well in section 35, and from what you're stating, that's what I'm wondering is, are you going to share on that pad?
It's directly west of that pad. Okay. Yeah, and just for the record, Hess is also drilling a set of wells off of a pad that's going to be in the southwest of 35. So we're going to have the pads kind of right next to each other, and that's Hess Midstream is going to be the one gathering all of the gas for this, and that we've got all the pipeline stuff kind of worked out with them on that.
Okay. The well in section, currently in section 5 and 8, is currently operated by Hess. Is that going to remain a Hess operator well, or is Silver Hill in process of doing a transfer of operatorship?
So we acquired the leasehold in Stolberg BSU being section 5 and 8. They retained the PDP well being the Stolberg well drilled from the south.
And you may have mentioned this and I missed it, but what's your anticipated spud date for the well?
We anticipate the spud date being sometime in the first quarter of 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Billy, the lease line well you've depicted there, is it going to be located on the section line, or is it going to be offset to the east?
It's going to be offset to the east. Right now, we're looking at 150 foot from the west line of sections 4 and 9.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31757. Case number 31758, application of Savannah LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Springbrook, Williston, and/or Stony Creek Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, as follows. 1, create and establish an overlapping 1280-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 32 and 33, Township 155 North, Range 100 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on said proposed overlapping 1280-acre spacing unit. And 2, create and establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 27, 28, 33, and 34, Township 155 North, Range 100 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. This case has been continued to our June hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 31758. Case number 31759, application of Mercury Resources LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Buford Madison Pool and/or Briar Creek Madison Pool, Mackenzie and Williams Counties, North Dakota, to create and establish a 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 14, 22, and 23, Township 152 North, Range 104 West, authorizing the drilling of a multilateral horizontal well on said proposed spacing unit and such addition or relief. This case has been continued to our June hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 31759. Case number 31760, application of WGO Resources LLC for an order creating two 320-acre drilling units as follows. 1, the east half of Section 8 and the west half of Section 9, Township 139 North, Range 104 West. And 2, southeast quarter of Section 16 and the northeast quarter of Section 21, Township 139 North, Range 104 West, Golden Valley County, North Dakota, authorizing the drilling of a well within each drilling unit and such other and further relief. I will note that the 320-acre unit comprised of southeast quarter of 16 and northeast quarter of 21, 139-104 has been withdrawn from this request. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter. Case number 31760 on behalf of WGO Resources LLC. We intend to call 3 witnesses in this matter who will be appearing by telephone.
Mr. Moritz,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they do.
Richard, state your name for the record.
Richard Moritz, Moritz.
And Richard, by whom are you employed?
Wolverine Gas and Oil
In what,
Corporation of WGO Resources LLC.
in what capacity?
Vice President of Land.
Okay. And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Richard, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case 31760. Let's skip the cover page and go to Exhibit 1. Can you identify Exhibit 1 and briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Yes, Exhibit 1's a locator map for the WGO Resources LLC Eckert 1-8. It shows in the green outline the North Dakota oil field. The blue hatched is the Sentinel Butte field, and the red is the proposed drilling unit.
And Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 is the footage calls for the Eckert 1-8. The red outline is the unit. The black circle is the bottom hole location. The square is the surface hole location, showing about a 595-foot kick.
And the reason this application is before the commission is this location does not meet the setback requirements for unspaced wells. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Let's go to Exhibit 3.
Okay, Exhibit 3 is the red shows the drilling unit. The yellow is the acreage, and we have 95% of the acreage under lease in the drilling unit.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Richard, on Exhibit 2, do you know what the footages are for the surface location?
The
particular location. Have to look just a second here.
Does Emily have that information?
Yeah, we're trying to get it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it's 2,022 feet from the south line and 358 feet from the west line of Section 8. Oh, excuse me, Section 9.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Ms. Hartwick,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Emily, please state your name for the record.
My name is Emily Hartwick.
And Emily, by whom are you employed?
WGO Resources, LLC.
In what capacity?
I'm the manager of geology.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Emily, let's turn to the next exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 4. Can you identify and briefly discuss what's contained on Exhibit 4?
Yes. This map shows the general Red River Formation structure with a 100-foot contour interval and the location of the proposed Eckert 1-8 unit relative to the Sentinel Butte Field, which is the closest existing Red River D production to the proposed unit, and that's a couple miles to the northeast. The structure map shows a dip panel trending down into the basin towards the northeast with some subtle nosing. And this map also shows the location of the Kuhn-Harkins 135 and the Sentinel Butte Field, which is a type log that will be shown on the following exhibit, which will be cross-section AA prime.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 5, those cross-sections, and I'll have you discuss those.
Okay. So the Red River D zone, which would be within the Red River Pool, and that's defined as the base of the Stony Mountain Formation to above the top of the Rough Rock Formation. This is intended target for the Eckert 1-8. So the cross-section shows the pool definition stratigraphy in the Olstead Pearl Well, which was drilled deep enough to encounter both of those defined tops. And that's offset to that type log, the Kuhn-Harkins 135, which encountered a productive dolomite in the Red River D. The top and the base of the D zone is shown with the purple correlation line. And the D zone itself is 80 feet thick in gross thickness, and we expect that formation isopac to be consistent over the Eckert 1-8 area.
No. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's go on then to the next exhibit, Exhibit 6.
Okay. So here's a more detailed structure map. It helps to better define our geologic interpretation and the basis for the requested unit. On this map, the proposed outline is shown in red. The bottom hole location is the small black circle, and we've got an annotated text box with the footages there. And then let's walk through the legend that will explain the various elements shown on the map. The standard legal government, the 660-foot quarter-line setback defined drilling windows are shown with the pink boxes. And these are shown for the 4 standard drilling windows that would be around the proposed bottom hole location. And that helps to illustrate our need for the proposed unit, which would allow for drilling outside of those standard setbacks, which when we combine those with our geologic elements that we've mapped from 3D seismic, you can see why we would need that. The structural contours for the top of the Red River D zone are shown in the black lines, here with a 25-foot contour interval. And again, this is actually a 10-foot contour interval. That's the typo. So a 10-foot contour interval, we can see that we are trending down again into the basin, generally towards the northeast. And also on this map, we can see the extent of the interpreted Red River D porosity based on 3D seismic attributes in the Hasher pattern. So we have differentiated what we interpret as the high-quality reservoir in the green Hasher and the lower quality, more transitional reservoir quality in the yellow Hasher. And finally, where there is no Hasher pattern within the drilling unit window, that illustrates the area that we interpret to be non-reservoir. So you can see that in order to penetrate that Red River D porosity in the high-quality reservoir at the highest structural position on the nose, which we need to best ensure our chance of success at locating hydrocarbons and to efficiently produce this interpreted anomaly without leaving added reserves behind. The bottom hole must be placed outside of those governmental 660 quarter-line setback windows shown in the pink. So this proposed drilling unit would allow for that Eckerd 1-8 to be drilled at its optimum location. So we're high on the dip panel, but we're within the high-quality reservoir target of the Red River D. And it also covers what we interpret to be acreage that would contribute to the well's production. So with this distribution of interpreted reservoir, we would calculate this unit to be 67% underlain, and that will flow into the following engineering testimony.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff? Mr. Itzema,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jordan, state your name for the record.
Jordan Ritzema,
And Jordan, by whom are you employed?
Wolverine Gas and Oil,
What capacity?
production engineer.
And you've testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Jordan, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 7. Identify that exhibit and tell us what's contained upon it.
Sure. So this is the engineering data for the proposed well. I will talk through the highlights of this exhibit, starting with the reservoir description. So this is a Red River D well, the dolomite lithology. The anticipated depth of the Red River D is 11,876 feet, and a net expected thickness of 20 feet. Moving over to the reservoir fluid properties from analog wells, we expect a oil gravity of 38.5 and a gas quality around 1590 and GOR of 610. And then moving to the reservoir rock properties, which again come from analog, the average porosity is 12%, average saturation of 34, and we expect a bottom hole pressure of 5142. So using those parameters in calculating volumetric, we calculate 2.87 million barrels in place, and then using that 67% feature underlaid factor and a recovery of 16%, we find an estimated ultimate recovery of 305,000 barrels.
And in terms of fluid disposition, that's obviously, if you're successful, you haven't drilled the well yet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, so let's just go right to proposed wellbore construction.
Sure. Very similar to the other wells we've drilled and other Red River wells, identical. It will be a directional well, kicked off around 7,500 feet, and then we'll hold 8 degrees to get to our reservoir targets. Surface casing expected to be set at 1806, measured depth, and production casing expected at the proposed PD of 12,412. And those are 9 5/8 for the surface and 5.5 for production casing.
Okay. Economics?
Yep. So the economic, you can see the IP expectation, the ultimate recovery, which comes from the volumetrics of 305,000 barrels. Anticipated investment of $3.8 million. And when we apply a 8% net royalty and $63 oil, we get a 40% rate of return, 2.1 year payout, and a return on investment of 2.5.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31760. Case number 31761, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Viking Bakken Pool and/or North Tioga Bakken Pool, Burke County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish the following. 1, an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 211, 14, and 23, Township 160 North, Range 94 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 2 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit. And 2 overlapping 5120-acre spacing units comprised of sections 1, 2, 11, 12, 13, 14, 23, and 24, Township 160 North, Range 94 West, and sections 2, 3, 10, 11, 14, 15, 22, and 23, Township 160 North, Range 94 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on each proposed overlapping 5120-acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. I will note that the 5120-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 2, 3, 10, 11, 14, 15, 22, and 23, 160, 94 has been withdrawn from this request. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case 31761, on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We intend to call 3 witnesses in this matter. One of the witnesses is present in the hearing room, and he will be testifying first.
Mr. Bartlett,
Yes.
please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
TJ, state your full name for the record, please.
TJ Botchlet,
And TJ, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
as a land supervisor.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, TJ, let's go to the pack of exhibits for 31761. Skip the cover page, go to L1. Can you tell us what L1 is?
L1 is a general locator map showing the proposed, let me see yours. Let me see that real quick. Sorry. Lawrence. Showing the proposed 2560 spacing outlined in green, and then a proposed 5120 spacing outlined in red.
Okay, and then let's go to exhibit L2.
Exhibit L2 is a land plat showing sections 2 and 11 of 160 North, Range 94 West, and showing Continental owning a 62% working interest in that 2 sections.
L3,
L3 is a 2-section land plat of sections 14 and 24, or 23 of 160-94, showing Continental owning a 92% working interest.
and L4.
L4 is a 4-section land plat showing sections 2, 11, 14, and 23 of 160-94, showing Continental owning a 77% working interest.
L5.
L5 is a 2-section land plat of sections 1 and 12 of 160-94. This is showing Oasis owning a 56% working interest.
And L6.
L6 is a 2-section land plat of sections 13 and 24 of 160-94, also showing Oasis owning a 73% working interest.
And L7.
L7 is a 8-section land plat of the 5120, showing Continental owning a combined 38.7% working interest.
And in those situations where Continental Resources owns less than a majority interest, will Continental Resources have discussions with those working interest owners to determine who should operate?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff? Mr. Koo,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Carl, would you state your name for the record, please?
Carl, who?
And Carl, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources.
In what capacity?
As an operations geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Carl, let's turn to Exhibit G1 in the packet. Tell us what G1 is.
Yeah. Exhibit G1. This is a structure map of the Bakken structure at the 50-foot contour interval. And highlighted in yellow is our proposed spacing. And the red star that's annotated is the pipe block that is used for this area.
Okay, and G2?
G2, this is the pipe block that is shown in the map. It displays the Bakken pool in the Viking field from 50 feet above the upper Bakken shale to the top of the Perth Bear, and the North Tioga field from the top of the Bakken to the top of the Perth Bear. I have the reservoir parameters associated with this pipe block at the text box below.
No further questions of the geologic witness.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. Elliott,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Kate, state your name for the record.
Kate Elliott,
And Kate, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
the resource development engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Kate, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. I believe it is E1. Can you tell us what E1 is?
E1 is the directional plot showing the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 2, 11, 14, and 23 of 160 North 94 West. The existing wells are shown as the solid pink line, and the future development is shown as dashed green lines.
Exhibit E2.
E2 is a directional plot showing the proposed 5120 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1, 2, 11, 12, 13, 14, 23, and 24 of 160 North 94 West. The existing wells are shown as the solid lines, and the proposed well is shown as the dashed green line.
E3.
E3 is a schematic of our typical Middle Bakken well for the 2560 acre and 5120 acre spacing unit. We're showing a 7-inch casing point at about 10,000 feet and a well TD of 30,000 feet, which puts our lateral length at approximately 20,000 feet. The lateral will be cemented and completed with plug and perf stages paired with hydraulic fracturing operations.
How many perf stages do you think you'll have on the 4-miler?
Approximately 125 stages.
Let's go to the next exhibit, E4.
Exhibit E4 outlines the reserves and economics for an individual 4-mile Middle Bakken well.
starting with the reserve section, we are expecting an IP of 1,000 barrels of oil per day, an oil EUR of 720 MBO, a gas EUR of 1.8 million cubic feet, and an EUR GOR of 1,025. Moving on to the economic section, with a total estimated gross drilling and completion cost of $15 million, 60 and 3 oil gas price deck, and the reserves mentioned above, we're expecting a total MPV of 7.2 million per well, a rate of return of 100%, and a 0.7-year payout.
And the reservoir characteristics are included on the geologic exhibit G2, is that correct, at the bottom?
Correct.
And exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Kate, on exhibit E2, is that well gonna be located off the section line?
The exact location has not been picked yet, but that is the proposed location, just off the section line.
So do you know about how far?
Do not know at this time.
And on exhibit E1, what is this the ultimate development for these 4 sections?
What do you mean by ultimate?
I mean, how did you come up with 3 well, I'll just call it 3 wells per spacing unit? I mean, what's
At this time, we see this as the best plan forward for developing these units.
and what are you basing that on?
That is based on our testing so far and offset operators' well results to date.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31761. Case number 31762, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Fraser Bakken Pool and/or Upland Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish 2 overlapping 38 40-acre spacing units comprised of sections 1, 12, and 13, Township 161 North, Range 97 West, and sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 161 North, Range 96 West, and sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18, Township 161 North, Range 96 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spaced units on each proposed overlapping 38 40-acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing case 31762 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We'll have the same 3 witnesses in this case as we had in the previous case.
Yeah, they're still under oath.
TJ, L1.
L1 is a general locator map identifying the proposed 3840 spacing unit in red and the other spacing unit, the other proposed 3840 spacing unit in black.
2.
L2 is a 2-section land plat of sections 1 and 12 of 16197, showing Hunt being the sole working interest owner.
And L3.
L3 is a land plat of section 13 of 16197, showing Continental owning a 10% working interest in that section, and Hunt owning the 40% working interest.
L4.
L4 is a 2-section land plat of section 6 and 7 of 16196, showing Continental owning a 52% working interest.
L5.
L5 is a 1-section land plat of section 18 of 16196, showing Continental owning a 74% working interest.
L6.
L6 is a land plat of the proposed 3840, showing Continental owning a 31% working interest.
L7.
L7 is a two-section land plat of sections 5 and 8 of 16196, showing Continental owning a 59% working interest.
L8.
L8 is a one-section land plat of section 17 of 16196, showing Continental owning a 100% working interest.
And L9.
L9 is a land plat of the other proposed 3840 section line well, showing Continental owning a 66% working interest.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
TJ, I'm just curious, you show us the working interest breakdown of some of the underlying 1280s, but 6, 7, and 18 are also a stand-up 1920, are they not?
Yeah, that is a existing 1920.
So if that's a space unit entirely contained within this, within these lands, how come you don't show us the working interest in that spacing unit?
Well, I guess we could back into that. We do show it on the, for 6 and, did we not show that for the, let me see here.
I've noticed that in Continental exhibits lately, and it's similar where there is another spacing unit there, and you just don't show it to us, but it's not critical. I was just curious as to why not.
We can include it. Yeah.
Because that's,
Include it.
I mean, it's essentially one of the mitigating factors of why you're putting in 3-mile lease line wells, because you have a 3-mile development unit.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Carl, let's go to
Yes.
Exhibit G1.
All right, Exhibit G1, this is the structure map of the Upper Bakken at 50-foot contour interval. And on this map, we highlighted in yellow our proposed spacing unit. And annotated in the red star is the teal 13-2 type log that is representative of the area.
Okay, G2.
G2, this is the type log that is annotated on the map. Showing on this map is the Bakken pool in the Frazier unit from 50 feet above the Upper Bakken Shale to 50 feet below the Three Forks. And also the upland field from 50 feet above the Bakken Formation to the top of the Bird Bear. I have the reservoir parameters below on the text box.
Okay, and G3.
G3, this is the same locator map with the existing middle Bakken wells in green and existing Three Forks well in pink. We have outlined our proposed spacing as well, highlighted in yellow.
And it also shows
And
the
existing
existing,
units as well.
I'm sorry, maybe you said this, but it shows existing spacing in and around your proposed spacing units as well. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Kate, E1.
E1 is a directional plot showing the proposed 3840 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1, 6, 7, 12, 13, and 18 of 161 North, 96 West. The existing wells are shown as solid lines, and the future development is shown as the dashed green line.
E2.
E2 is a directional plot showing the proposed 3840 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18 of 161 North, 96 West. The existing wells are shown as solid lines, and the future development is shown as the dashed line.
E3.
E3 is a schematic of our typical 3-mile middle Bakken well. 4 is a proposed 38 40-acre spacing unit. We have a TD of 25,000 feet with a 7-inch casing point of 10,000 feet measured depth, which puts our lateral length at approximately 15,000 feet. The lateral will be cemented and completed with plug and perf stages paired with hydraulic fracturing operations.
And how many frac stages?
Approximately 100.
E4?
E4 outlines the reserves and economics for an individual 3-mile middle Bakken well. We're expecting an oil IP of 650 barrels of oil per day, an oil EUR of 525,000 barrels of oil, a gas EUR of 1,075 million cubic feet, and an EUR/GUR of 704. With a total gross drilling and completion cost of $10 million. A 60-3 oil gas price deck and the reserves mentioned above, we are expecting a total NPV of $1.9 million per well for a rate of return of 16% and a 4.4-year payout.
And Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Kate, are these wells going to be located on the section line?
The exact footage calls have not yet been decided, but the wells will be located within that 250-foot setback.
So at what time do you determine where the lateral is going to be located?
That will be prior to applying for a permit.
Okay, you told me a couple things that are pretty obvious. Well, thank you.
Kate, will these wells be located on pads with additional infill development wells?
Yes, that would be the plan, to have multiple wells located at each surface location.
Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31762. Case number 31763, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Border Bakken Pool and/or Stoneview Bakken Pool, Burke County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish an overlapping 38 40-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, and 17, Township 161 North, Range 94 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 38 40-acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case 31763 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We'll have the same three witnesses in this case we had in the previous matter.
And they're still under oath.
TJ, let's go to case 31763 and start with L1.
L1 is a general locator map identifying the proposed 38 40-acre spacing unit.
And L2.
L2 is a two-section land plat of sections 4 and 9 of 161 North, Range 94 West, showing Continental owning a 70% working interest.
L3.
L3 is a two-section land plat of sections 5 and 8 of 16194, showing Continental owning a 65% working interest.
L4.
L4 is a one-section land plat of section 16, showing Continental owning a 97% working interest.
L5.
L5 is a one-section land plat of section 17, 161 North, Range 94 West, showing XTO owning an 89% working interest.
And L6.
L6 is a land plat of the proposed 38 40-acre spacing unit of one, showing Continental owning a 61.49% working interest.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Carl, G1.
Exhibit G1, this is the same structure map on a 50-foot contour interval, and highlighted in yellow is our proposed spacing with the preview type log and annotated in red star.
Okay, and G2.
G2 is a type log, the preview type log from the map, and it displays the back and pool of the Stone View field from the top of the 50 feet from the top of the upper Bakken Shale to the top of the Bird Bear, as well as the border field 50 feet above the top of the Bakken to 50 feet below the Three Forks. And the reservoir parameters are shown at the base of the exhibit.
G3.
G3 is our map showing the existing units as well as our proposed spacing units. And the green lines are the existing middle Bakken horizontals, and the pink lines are the existing Three Forks wells.
No further questions.
Questions from staff? Proceed.
Kate, E1.
E1 is a directional plot showing the proposed 38 40-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, and 17 of 161 North, 94 West. The existing wells are shown as the solid line, and the future development is shown as the dashed green line.
E2.
E2 is a schematic of our typical 3-mile middle Bakken well for the proposed 38 40-acre spacing unit. We have a well total depth of 25,000 feet, 7-inch casing set point at 10,000 feet, which puts our lateral length at approximately 15,000 feet. The lateral will be cemented and completed with plug-and perf stages paired with hydraulic fracturing operations.
And number of frac stages.
Approximately 100 stages.
Okay, E3.
E3 outlines the reserves and economics for an individual 3-mile middle Bakken well. We're expecting an oil IP of 650 barrels of oil per day, an oil EUR of 525,000 barrels of oil, a gas EUR of 1,075 million cubic feet, and an EUR/GOR of 704. With a gross drilling and completion cost of $10 million, a 60 and 3 oil gas price deck, we are showing an expected MPV of $1.9 million per well with a 16% rate of return and a 4.4-year payout.
And Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, is the requested relief, will it prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
We didn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31763. Case number 31764, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Catwalk Bakken Pool and/or Last Chance Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish two overlapping 1920-acre spacing units comprised of sections 28 and 33, Township 154 North, Range 100 West, and Section 4, Township 153 North, Range 100 West, and Sections 29 and 32, Township 154 North, Range 100 West, and Section 5, Township 153 North, Range 100 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 wells on each proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit, and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case number 31764, on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. Our first witness is in the area of land, and he testified in the previous case.
And he's still on the road.
TJ, L1.
L1 is a general locator map highlighting the proposed 1920 acre spacing in red and the other proposed 1920 acre spacing unit in black.
L2,
L2 is a two-section land plat of sections 28 and 33 of Township 154 North, Range 100 West, showing Continental owning a 48% working interest.
L3,
L3 is a one-section land plat of section 4 of 153 100, showing Continental owning an 85% working interest.
L4,
L4 is a three-section land plat of sections 28 and 33 in section 4, showing Continental owning a 60% working interest.
L5,
L5 is a two-section land plat of sections 29 and 32 of 154 100, showing Continental owning a 59.53% working interest.
and L6,
L6 is a one-section land plat of section 5 of 153 100, showing Continental owning a 46% working interest.
and L7.
L7 is a three-section land plat of sections 29, 32, and section 5, showing Continental owning a 55% working interest.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
This area is, been spaced several times, I believe. Is this gonna be the last one?
Hopefully, hopefully.
Yeah, I think it kind of organizes it a little better, but hopefully this will be the last one. Thank you.
If you run out of work and want us to come back, we can.
Mr. Nance,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, David, would you state your full name for the record, please?
David Nance,
And David, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
What capacity?
Senior Operations Geologist.
Okay, and in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, it was.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
David, let's go to G1. Tell me what that exhibit is and discuss what's contained upon it.
Okay, Exhibit G1 is a structure map of the top of the Bakken with 50-foot contour intervals. It has a proposed spacing unit highlighted in yellow and outlined in red and purple, and the type log indicated by a red star that is indicative of the area geology.
G2,
G2 is a type log that was on the previous map, the red star. It is showing the last chance field pool 50 foot above the upper Bakken to the Bird Bear, and then also the catwalk field pool in the same way. And below, on the bottom of the sheet, is the reservoir parameters that we have drawn from this log.
G3,
G3 is a map showing our spacing unit in the area, and Middle Bakken wells in green, Three Forks wells in purple, pink, type log for our spacing unit and our current spacing unit requests,
no further questions.
proposal.
Oh, I'm sorry. No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. Armistead,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do. I do.
Berkeley, state your name for the record.
Berkeley Armistead,
By whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
What capacity?
as a resource development engineer.
In that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Berkeley, let's go to E1. Tell us what that is.
Yes, Exhibit E1 is a directional well plot of our proposed 1920 acre spacing unit consisting of sections 28 and 33 of 154 North, 100 West, and section 4 of 153 North, 100 West. Existing wells are shown as green and pink solid lines, and then our future proposed middle Bakken laterals are shown as dashed green lines.
E2?
E2 is a directional well plot of a proposed 1920 acre spacing unit consisting of sections 29 and 32 of 154 North, 100 West, and section 5 of 153 North, 100 West. And existing and proposed wells are shown as described in the previous exhibit.
And E3?
E3 is a directional well plot of both of our proposed 1920 acre spacing units, as well as an adjacent 1920 and a 3840 existing spacing unit, just to show everything on one plot. And existing laterals and future laterals are shown as previously described.
E4?
Exhibit E4 is a well construction diagram of a typical 3-mile middle Bakken well in this area. It shows our 9 5/8 surface casing set at approximately 2,300 feet, our 7-inch casing set approximately 10,000 feet, our lateral measure depth of approximately 25,000 feet, and then the lateral would be cased and cemented and completed with approximately 50 plug-and-perf stages.
E5?
Exhibit E5 is our reserve spaces for a typical 3-mile well in this area, with an initial rate of around 1,300 barrels of oil per day, initial decline of 75%, an EUR GOR of around 2349 SCF per barrel, and an oil EUR of 687 MBO, with an oil price of, and below that is showing the gross economics with a 60 and 3 price deck, drilling cost of around $11.6 million, $9,975 a month in operating costs, working interest of 100%, revenue NRI of 80% would yield an NPV of approximately $5 million and an internal rate of return of 47% with a 2.2-year payout.
And GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, it is.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Berkeley, and this maybe TJ can chime in. It appears there are there's two 1,600 spacing units contained within each one of these spacing units. Is that right?
That is correct.
And no wells have been drilled on those. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So those can be terminated?
Yes, we do not intend to drill wells on the 1600s. We will replace those with these 1920s.
And there's I didn't have time to research this fully, but there's a 1280 that contains the south half of 4 and 5, possibly. Are you familiar with the 1280 being in this area?
There is, I believe, a 640 laydown that is in sections 4 and 5, and we intend to replace that facing unit with these 1920s as well.
And then my map shows a 1280 there. Is there some kind of lease line that's associated with that laydown 640?
There might be a lease line associated with that 640, which would make that a 1280 also. And if that facing unit exists, we do also intend to replace it with these 1920s.
Okay, I'll research that. Got a question on you said that you have approximately 50 plug and perf stages for a 3-mile
Yes,
lateral?
sir.
In a previous case Continental had on today, it was a similar 3-mile lateral, but there were 100 plug and perf stages. Is there a reason why there's such a discrepancy?
Yes, we have different standard completions designs for different parts of the basin. This 3-mile lateral is going to be located pretty decently far south of the previous cases, and so this is just reflective of our typical completion design in this area.
Yeah, it's quite a difference, obviously. And then in the previous case, the economics to drill a 3-mile well with 100 frac stages was $10 million. And here you're drilling a 3-mile well with half the frac stages, and it's $1.6 million more expensive. Am I seeing that correctly?
Yes, there's very likely a component with how many strings of casing we may have to drill. If we have to run with 4 strings of casing instead of 3, that would mean that we have increased casing costs that would drive that cost up. There's also a likely timing component, too, in the economics. Rand, we do plan to have a timely drilling completing of these wells. I would have, when I was running economics, used our current plans on timing, and there may be some differences there on how different engineers were timing out these projects.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Berkeley, looking at E1, do you have a proposed pad location for this yet?
For E1 specifically, I do believe that we have secured a pad location and I believe it is to the southeast of this 1920, and it's going to be either very close to or in Section 4. And we do plan to drill this from north to south, and I think that pad actually has already been built and exists for us to go ahead and execute.
So you plan to have it in the southeast of Section 4 if it isn't already built?
It will be very close to or within the southeast of Section 4. I don't know if it's actually in the section, but it will be in that proximity, yes.
Okay, and then the same question for E2.
For E2 specifically, we have not yet secured a surface location. We do feel that the most likely location will be somewhere to the north of or within Section 29, but we do not have yet a secured surface location for those wells.
Thank you.
So Berkeley, it appears Continental has a permit in the northeast at 9. Is that the pad you're referring to drill the wells in 28, 33, and 4?
It might be. I'm not familiar with exactly what we have permitted there. I think we may have permitted some wells on that existing 640-acre spacing unit that we will cancel. And if that pad has already been built, we will repurpose it for the wells on this 1920.
And then in Section 29, there's an existing well. Is that an option for you to use as a pad?
It might be. I don't know for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31764. Case number 31765. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Sanish Bakken Pool and/or Four Bears Bakken Pool, Kenzie and Montreal Counties, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 3,200-acre spacing unit comprised of all of Sections 34, 35, west half of Section 36, Township 153 North, Range 93 West, and Sections 4, 5, in the east half of Section 6, Township 152 North, Range 93 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing space units on said proposed overlapping 3,200 acre spacing unit and such other relief as appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case number 31765 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We'll have the same land witness and the same geologic witness as we had in the previous case. We'll have a new engineering witness.
Your first two witnesses are still under oath.
TJ, let's go to L1.
L1 is a general locator map showing the proposed 3,200 acre spacing unit.
And L2.
L2 is a single section land plat of section 34 of 15393, showing Continental owning an 82% working interest.
82 or 80?
I'm sorry. 84.2% working interest. Yes.
L3.
L3 is a one section land plat of section 35 of 15393, showing Continental owning a 51% working interest.
L4.
L4 is a 320 acre unit comprised of the west half of section 36, showing Whiting owning 84% of that.
L5.
L5 is a two section land plat of sections 4 and 5, showing Continental owning a 62% working interest.
L6.
L6 is a 320 acre land plat of the east half of section 6, showing Continental owning a 34.5% working interest.
And L7.
L7 is a land plat showing all of the sections for the 3,200 acre spacing unit, showing Continental owning a 55% working interest.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
TJ, we had a case 31587 heard previously. Is this going to replace that case? Is there going to be a request made to dismiss that case?
So in that hearing, we went ahead with that hearing, knowing we were going to come back. This is what we would like to have approved, is for this extended lateral. This is just extending that lateral further west to catch the western 320 there.
Yeah, correct.
So-
So is Continental going to submit a request to dismiss 31587?
If we can get the expedited orders to be able to get the permit in time to drill this well.
Well, the commission is not going to issue an order
So-
for both of these cases. I mean,
We understand.
Yeah.
so,
We will file a motion to withdraw or a motion to dismiss,
Sure.
but we will also be requesting an expedited order.
and that's fine, but ultimately, case 31587 is going to be dismissed, is that right?
That's the other case.
That's the
number?
other one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, and TJ, do you know, or can you submit what the offset is across this township correction between, for instance, if you look at Exhibit L7, what the offset is between the common corner, northeast, northwest corner of 5 and 6 from the southeast, southwest corner of 3435.
Yes, I think we submitted that as a supplement for that
Okay.
last case, but yes, we can submit it for this one.
Okay, appreciate it, thank you.
You could proceed.
Okay, David, let's go to G1.
One is a structure map of the Upper Bakken showing 50-foot contour intervals and a proposed spacing unit in red with a type log indicated by a red star.
G2.
G2 is our type log of the area. That red star is showing the type log from the 50 foot above the Upper Bakken to the Bird Bear, or both the Four Bears Pool and the Spanish Field. Four Bears Field and Spanish Field. And our reservoir parameters used for this area on the bottom of the page.
G3.
G3 is our
another general locator map showing our unit in the area and existing well bores with Middle Bakken being green and Three Forks as pink, and our proposed spacing unit there in yellow, and the type log with the red star.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Blake,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Mike, state your name for the record.
Michael Blake,
By whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
Resource Development Engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Mike, let's go to Exhibit E1. Tell us what that is.
Yep, so this is a proposed directional well plot for the 3,200 acre spacing unit with the sections and township ranges you can see there in the header. The existing wells are all solid, and the proposed section line well there for this spacing is in dashed green there in the 250-foot setback corridor.
Okay, Exhibit E2.
E2 is our typical Middle Bakken well construction diagram here for this area, shown with a 9 5/8 surface casing with 7-inch production, and being about 2.5 miles, TD will be about 23,500 measured depths and approximately plus or minus 50 plug and perf stages.
E5, or excuse me, E3.
Yes. This is just our economics here for this well. We're estimating about an initial production rate of 800 barrels of oil per day, with a decline rate of about 60%, beef factor of 0.8, GUR of 5,260 standard cubic feet a barrel, oil EUR 520 MBO, gas EUR 2,735 million cubic feet with a MBO of 976. The gross economics are right below that. This was ran at $60 oil, $3 gas, drilling cost of $9.5 million, operating cost $10,000 a month at 100% working interest and 81% revenue interest. Comes out to have a NPV at 10% of about 3.8 million, and that's given us a 35% IRR and a 2.5-year payout.
And Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
That is correct.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mike, on your Exhibit E1, I don't see a line coming off the pad, but is it safe to assume that the current pad location that's depicted there on the south, is that where the section line well pad will be drilled from?
So there'll be the pad will be just a tad east of that existing well pad, so pretty much right behind it, and it'll have 2 wells on it. It'll have the well, the dash green there, and then there's also another well that we did bring in with that case that was mentioned earlier from March to 31587. There's another section line well there that's on the south side of section 4 and 5, so it'll be a 2 well pad.
Is it going to be an actual new build, or will it just simply be an expansion upon this current pad?
I believe
It's a new build.
Okay, thank you.
Michael, I want to see if you can confirm this, but the heel of this well, and obviously the eastern edge of that space unit, there's another lease line space unit that butts up against that to the east, is that right?
Correct.
And then Lawrence, I want to make sure I didn't confuse anybody, but it appears maybe that 31,587 may not be withdrawn, but part of it may be withdrawn.
Yeah, I'll talk with my client about that, and we'll make sure that we don't withdraw something that shouldn't be withdrawn.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah.
Okay, Lawrence, you need to keep the record open for a supplement. Is June 5th fine?
We going to supplement in this? Oh, yeah, because we submitted something in the other case. Yeah, typical period of time leaving it open.
The record will remain open in this case until June 5th. That concludes our hearing for case number 31765. Case number 31766, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Beaver Lodge, Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota as follows. 1. Create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 26 and 35, Township 156 North, Range 95 West, and Section 2, Township 155 North, Range 95 West. Authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit. And 2, create and establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 25, 26, 35, and 36, Township 156 North, Range 95 West, and sections 1 and 2, Township 155 North, Range 95 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units and said proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit, endorse such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case number 31766, on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We'll have 3 witnesses in this matter, same 3 witnesses as testified in the previous matter.
And they're still under oath.
TJ, L1.
L1 is the general locator map showing the proposed 1920 acre spacing outlined in red, and then the proposed 3840 outlined in black.
L2.
L2 is a 2-section land plat of sections 26 and 35 of 15695, showing Continental owning a 35% working interest.
L3.
L3 is a 1-section land plat of section 2 of 15595, showing Continental owning a 70% working interest.
L4.
L4 is a 3-section land plat of a proposed 1920, showing Continental owning a 47% working interest.
L5.
L5 is a 1-section land plat of section 25 of 15695, showing Continental owning a 5% working interest with the other parties listed there.
L6.
L6 is a 2-section land plat showing sections 26 and 35 of 15695, showing Continental owning a 35% working interest.
L7.
L7 is a 1-section land plat of section 36 of 15695, showing Liberty being the majority working interest owner there.
And L8.
L8 is a 2-section land plat of sections 1 and 2 of 15595, showing Continental owning a 71.9% working interest.
And L9.
L9 is a land plat of the proposed 3840, showing Continental owning a 36% working interest.
In those situations where Continental Resources owns less than a majority interest in the proposed spacing unit, will Continental Resource have discussion with working interest owners in the proposed spacing unit to determine who should be the operator?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
TJ, sections 1 and 2 are currently a laydown 1280, is that correct?
That is correct.
So with your proposed stand-up 1920, you're gonna take in section 2. What's gonna happen to section 1?
I think our plan there is to, I think we're looking at drilling sections 1, 12, and 13 going to the south.
Do you know when that application may be made?
I don't. No. We're working with some of these other operators on potential trades and,
If I could chime in, this is Michael Blake. This is one where we're going to give a sneak preview of doing some horizontal wells in that section 1. When we get to the engineering exhibits, I can go through that in more detail.
yeah, sorry, Mike.
Okay, because I would not recommend to the commission to approve this hearing until we know what's going to happen to section 1, so.
I forgot about the horizontals that's coming up.
Okay, we'll let him talk about it and see where we're at then.
You can proceed.
David, let's go to G1.
G1 is a structure map there of the top of the Bakken with 50-foot contour intervals, and our 2 spacing unit highlighted in yellow and outlined in red and purple. And the type log for the area is indicated by a red star.
G2.
G2 is our type log of the area, the Olson 1326. It shows the Beaver Lodge field 50 foot above the Upper Bakken and down to the Bird Bear, with the reservoir parameters used for our calculations below on the bottom of the page.
And G3.
G3 is another map there with our spacing, our current unit, and our proposed units, and the type log in red, and existing well bores. Green is Middle Bakken, pink is Three Forks.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Mike, E1.
Yes, so this is the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit with the sections and township ranges that are there at the top of the page. For this, you can see our proposed wells are in dashed lines. The dash green are proposed Middle Bakkens, and the dash pink are proposed Three Forks, 5 in total there. And then you can see solid lines or existing wells. You can see one there in section 26 and 35, and then there's one cutting through there on the very south in section 2.
Okay, let's go on to the next exhibit then, E2.
Yes. Same development here, but this is a 3840 acre spacing unit. You can see there we'd like to drill a section line well that is cutting through there. That's another dash green line. So just one proposed Middle Bakken well for this 3840 acre spacing.
And then E3.
And then E3, this kind of ties together, some of the things that were brought up earlier, the horizontals. It's not directly tied to the spacing for this case number, but it gives kind of the full picture, and will be part of a spacing, a 640 spacing for next month. But you can see there what we're doing in section 1 is adding a total of 3 horizontals. We feel if previously we looked at doing two mile developments, one being in section 35 and section 26 being a stand up, and then in section 1 we were going to do a 2 mile laydown. But after further scrutiny and looking at our options and what provided the most value and what was most capitally efficient, we have decided that doing a stand-up 3 mile in section 26, section 35, and section 2 with these horizontals there in section 1. One of those horizontals, obviously, you can see goes from section 1 to section 2, but that provides is most capitally efficient and provides the most value to all interest owners.
And it's my understanding that the application that you have depicted, well, I shouldn't say the application you have depicted, but what the application that is going to be heard in June will be for one U-turn horizontal well on a 1280 comprised of section 1 and 2, and then 2 U-turn wells in section 1. Is that correct?
Correct. Let me clarify and see if what I say is correct. I believe that the U-turn well that's going from section 1 to 2, we're able to execute that on a 1280 spacing that already exists. The other two that are kind of the skinnier used in section 1, that will be brought in for an overlapping 640 with an exception locations in next month's hearing.
Yeah, I think that's what I said, but,
Okay, you might have said that. I just wanted to say it back so we make sure we're saying the same thing.
you're fine. I'm not criticizing you. Let's go to the next exhibit.
Okay, yep, this is a well construction diagram for Middle Bakken, Three Forks, 3 Mile wells here in this area. So estimated measured depth of 26,000 feet. Pretty standard as far as the 9 5/8 surface casing, followed by the 7-inch production casing, and estimating plus or minus 65 plug and perf stages.
Okay, E5.
E5 is economics for a Middle Bakken 3 Mile well. Initial rate of 1,100 barrels of oil per day. We have a decline rate of 80%, B factor of 0.8, GUR of 4,420 standard cubic foot a barrel, EUR for oil 690 MBO, for gas 3,050 million cubic feet, and then on an MBO basis 1,198. Gross economics ran at 63, drilling cost of a little over 12 million there, 12 million, yeah, a little over 12 million. Operating cost of 10,000 a month. Working interest at gross of 100% at 80% NRI. NPV at 10%, almost 3.8 million there, with a rate of return of 30% and a little over 2.5-year payout.
And E6.
Yep, this is economics for TF1 3 Mile wells there. Same initial rate, 1,100 barrels of oil per day. Decline rate 82%. B factor of 0.8. GUR 3,981 standard cubic foot a barrel. EUR on the oil side 622 MBO. On the gas side, 2,476 million cubic feet, and then MBO 1,035. For oil, yeah, that gross economics ran at 16.3. Drilling cost 11.5 million. Operating cost of 10,000. 100% working interest, 80% NRI. NPV at 10% is just about 2.7 million. 25% rate of return and 3-year payout.
And exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
No further questions, offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Michael, on exhibit E3, I guess E2 is fine too. Where's the surface location for these 1920 wells?
Going to be on the north side. Current plan is to have 2 pads on the north side.
I assume one in the northeast and one in the northwest?
Correct.
And what's the just looking at this exhibit, well, Exhibit E3 makes a little more sense, but why did you choose to drill the Three Forks First Bench wells where they're at?
Well, part of that, a big part of that had to do with depletion analysis. Our findings are, Three Forks well, and this is an area where you could likely go Middle Bakken only, or Three Forks at certain scenarios. For us, based on our analysis, Three Forks have a hard time performing next to offset to depletion. So that's why you do not see it directly offset to the existing Middle Bakken well there. The one on the far west, currently, I mean, depending on development and timing, everything like that, but it's currently half bound, which sets it up for being a strong performer. And the other one would be, defined as a co-complete and not in a depleted situation. So that was the reasoning there.
Okay, and then you or TJ can respond. I believe that sections 25, 26, 35, and 36 are a lease line 2560 for a north-south well. You want that space unit terminated?
Yes.
And then 35, 36, 1 and 2 are a lease line space unit for an east-west well. I assume you want that terminated.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Examiner, if I can make a request, perhaps rather than leaving the record open until next Thursday on this matter, we could leave the record open until the next regularly scheduled meeting of the commission, which will be in June. The reason for that is, as the engineering witness has pointed out, and you can see it on Exhibit E3, there is going to be a companion case that'll be before the commission in June. And I can see the possibility that something that's presented in this case could be useful, in that case could be useful in this case. So I think if we leave the record open, it will provide the commission with a better opportunity to have all of the evidence in both cases before it renders a decision.
So you're talking about the current case, not the previous case where we kept the record open?
Want the record left open on this
This
one
case.
until regularly scheduled June hearings, and then maybe we'll just combine it with the U-turn well applications that are already on the docket.
Any objection to that?
Lawrence, I'm just having Sarah, but I believe Sarah's indicating it's actually July.
Is it July? Okay.
What's the planned development timing of this whole area, I guess? And I guess are the two combined? Are you guys gonna drill them consecutively or
Mike, do you have the timing
quite a timeline apart?
on the Langvid wells?
Yeah, yes. I mean, the current plan is to be spudding Q2 next year. So, and yes, timing-wise, the plan would be all of this together. So the 1920 or the 3 Mile wells and the horizontals.
So in the case that it stays open until July, does that allow enough timing? It would appear that it
To get an
would.
order, you mean?
Right.
Well, yeah, I mean, if they're not gonna drill these till next year, and I don't know that I don't have a strong opinion, but I don't know if the record needs to be left open in this case. I don't know that we're requesting any additional information, but we certainly would be appropriate to combine the records when we hear the next case.
Well, I mean, if the case isn't going to be heard until July, you could just put it on the docket again, I guess, for July, because that docket hasn't been put out yet. has it? So just put both of them on the docket as companion cases.
And that's fine, but like I said, I think we could close the record in this one, and just when we hear the next case, we'll just combine the records at that time.
I think that's right. We would close this hearing today and then bring in this next one
And then
in July.
combine the case.
And then combine
That's
the
fine.
record.
I think we accomplished the same thing.
Yep.
And
But then we
avoid some
don't have to-
advertising.
We don't have to pay to advertise it then.
Okay, so the record will not remain open in this case. Okay. That concludes our hearing for case number 31766. I think now's a good time to take a break for lunch. We'll resume at 1:05 PM. Okay, we're back on the record. We'll resume with case number 31767. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Ross, Bach, and Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota as follows. 1. Create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 23, 26, and 35, Township 156 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit. And 2, create and establish 2 overlapping 38, 40 acre spacing units comprised of sections 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35, and sections 23, 24, 25, 26, 35, and 36, Township 156 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on each proposed overlapping 38, 40 acre spacing unit, and or such further relief. This case has been continued to our June hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 31767. Case number 31676. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Ranch, Coulee, Bach, and Pool, McKenzie County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 13, 24, and 25, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit, such further relief. This case has been continued to our June hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31676. Case number 31317. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order creating a 1280 acre drilling unit comprised of sections 30 and 31, Township 162 North, Range 95 West, Divide County, North Dakota, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well within said drilling unit and such other and further relief. This case has been continued to our June hearings. Concludes the hearing for case number 31317. Case number 31673. Application of Coda Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Fertile Valley, Bach, and Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish 2 approximate 2,800 acre spacing units comprised of sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18, and sections 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 160 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on each proposed spacing unit and or such further relief. This case has been continued to our June hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 31673. Case number 31674. Application of Coda Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Daneville, Bach, and Pool, Divide County, North Dakota as follows. 1, to create and establish 5 1920 acre spacing units comprised of sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 162 North, Range 103 West, sections 1, 12, and 13, and sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 161 North, Range 103 West, sections 6, 7, and 18, and sections 19, 30, and 31, Township 161 North, Range 102 West, and 2, to create and establish 3 approximate 3,100 acre spacing units comprised of sections 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35, Township 162 North, Range 103 West, sections 2, 3, 10, 11, 14, and 15, and sections 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35, Township 161 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on each proposed 1920 and approximate 3,100 acre spacing unit and or such further relief. This case has been continued to our June hearing. Concludes our hearing for case number 31674. Case number 31768, application of Coda Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Alcabo, Bach, and Pool, Divide County, New York, to create and establish a 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 23, 26, and 35, Township 162 North, Range 102 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal walls on said proposed spacing unit and or such further relief. This case has been continued to our June hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 31768. Case number 31769. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Alcabo, Bach, and Pool to establish 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 14, 23, 26, and 35, Township 162 North, Range 102 West, Divide County, North Dakota, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells, and for such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our June hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 31769. Case number 31770. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order to suspend and revoke Rockport Energy Solution LLC's permit for the Sophia 21-28-33-2H well with a location in the southwest-southeast quarter of Section 16, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, for the 1920-acre spacing unit comprising Sections 21, 28, and 33, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, Ranch Creek, Bach, and Pool, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and/or such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes the hearing for case number 31770. Case number 31771. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ranch Creek, Charlie Bob Bach, and Pool to establish a 1920-acre spacing unit described as Section 32, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and Sections 5 and 8, Township 145 North, Range 98 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and to authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, P.O. Box 1056 in Sheridan, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of the applicant. Have 3 witnesses, one in person, Mark Johnson. The other 2, Matt Billingsley, will be my geologic witness, and Eric Shivy will be the engineering witness, and they should be on the line, but I will confirm that. They are not. Are you guys there? Okay, you'll be in the hearing room here shortly.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Matt and Eric, are you there?
Yeah, we're both here.
Mr. Johnson, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Mark, would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Mark Johnson. My work address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
I work for Phoenix Operating LLC as the Executive Vice President of Land, Regulatory, and HSE.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this application?
I am.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert witness in petroleum land matters?
I have.
I would ask that Mr. Johnson be accepted as an expert witness.
Motion granted.
Starting with Exhibit 1, would you please describe the lands that are included in this application?
Exhibit 1's a regional map that shows the area of interest in the southeast corner of McKenzie County. Pretty broad view there. As you go to Exhibit 2, it tightens up a little bit, and you can see the 1920 spacing unit in red, which is Section 32 of 14698, and Sections 5 and 8 of 14598.
Moving on to Exhibit 3, would you please discuss in more detail Phoenix's ownership?
Yeah, Exhibit 3 does the complete zoom in of the 3 sections, a 1,920-acre proposed spacing unit where Phoenix currently owns a 40% working interest.
And will Phoenix cooperate and contact other working interest holders in the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, we will.
And you will work with them?
We will.
And have you executed the affidavit as Exhibit 9 attached to the packet exhibits, the gas capture affidavit?
I did.
I have no further questions for Mr. Johnson and ask that exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Billingsley,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Matt, would you please state your name and work address for the staff?
Matthew Billingsley, work address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
I work for Phoenix Operating LLC, and I'm the geoscience manager.
And have you previously testified before this commission as an expert in petroleum geology and been accepted as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this application?
Yes.
I would ask that his testimony be accepted as that of an expert witness.
Motion granted.
Starting with Exhibit 4, would you please describe the structure map for the Middle Bakken Formation?
Yeah, exhibit 4 is a structure map on the Middle Bakken showing dip to the north with a 50-foot contour interval, and then the location of our proposed spacing unit in red, outlined in red, and then our type log, and then corresponding cross-section in yellow 8 prime, with the type log being the middle well.
Moving on to Exhibit 5, please describe the cross-section as well as the type log.
This is a cross-section 8 prime going across our proposed spacing unit, showing the persistence of the upper, middle, and lower Bakken and the upper part of the Three Forks. We have gamma ray and resistivity on track 1 and 2, and then neutron and density porosity is in track 3. And based on the type log in the center well, we expect an approximate TBD of 11,270 feet with about a 6% average porosity, 24% water saturation. The Middle Bakken should be about 28 feet thick. And based on our formation volume factor of 1.5, we're anticipating an original oil plate of 4.5 million barrels per section.
And those reservoir properties are shown on the bottom of Exhibit 5, correct?
Correct.
Is the Middle Bakken present and continuous across the entire proposed spacing unit?
Yes, it is.
And from a geologic perspective, will approval of the application prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
I have no further questions for Mr. Billingsley and ask that Exhibits 4 and 5 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Shivy,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Eric, would you please state your name and work address for the record?
Yes, my name is Eric Shivy. My work address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
I work for Phoenix Operating LLC. I am the Vice President of Reservoir Engineering and Corporate Reserves.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert witness by this staff in petroleum engineering?
Yes, I have.
And are you personally familiar with these lands?
Yes, I am.
I would ask that Mr. Shivy be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum engineering.
Motion granted.
Starting with Exhibit 6, would you please describe the proposed wellbore diagram for the wells to be drilled in this spacing unit?
Yes, Exhibit 6 is our standard casing design we use in the Williston Basin, 9 5/8 surface casing set, then 7-inch intermediate landed in the Bakken, and we drill out and cement a 4.5-inch liner in place. 3-mile laterals typically complete with 80 stages, frac stages.
Moving on to Exhibit 7, please discuss your proposed development in this spacing unit.
Yes, our plan would be to drill 4 3-mile Middle Bakken wells. The pad location is kind of up north central part of Section 32. We'd be drilling north to south. Spacing is approximately 1,320 feet between wells. We'd be 660 feet offsetting each of the section lines.
And would Phoenix intend to batch drill these wells?
Yes, we would.
And using the reservoir parameters that Matt laid out, describe the economics on Exhibit 8.
Sure. The reserves, our equation parameters are listed up in the top table. We're approximately 25,000 barrels of oil a month. We IP at decline rate of 68% and a B factor of approximately 0.85. The GOR in this area is around 2,700 SCF per barrel. That yields oil EUR of 520 MBO and gas of approximately 1,400 MMCF. With the 4 wells, we have a recovery factor of between 14 and 15% of the oil in place in this DSU. The economics are on the second table. We run at flat oil price $70 per barrel, $2.50. Our drilling complete costs are around $10 million for 3-mile laterals. Our OPEX, $7.50 per barrel for variable OPEX. We're running a fixed OPEX of $7,500 per month. With the 8/8 economics, we're assuming a royalty rate of 20%, undiscounted cash flow of $15.1 million. That yields a PV10 of $1.24 million, internal rate of return of approximately 17%, payout of less than 4 years.
And if this application is approved, in your professional opinion, will correlative rights be protected, waste prevented, and the drilling of unnecessary wells prevented?
I do.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Shivy, and ask that Exhibit 6, 7, and 8 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31771. Case number 31772. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Ranch Creek and/or Besegal Creek Bakken pools to establish a stand-up 25 60-acre spacing unit described as Section 1 and 12, Township 145 North, Range 99 West, and Sections 25 and 36, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such of the relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, appearing on behalf of the applicant. Phoenix Operating have the same 3 witnesses.
And they're still under oath.
Mark, would you start with Exhibit 1 and please describe the lands that are subject to this application?
Exhibit 1's just our... Exhibit 1's our regional map. Again, same areas we just discussed in the southeast corner of McKenzie County. As you go to Exhibit 2, zoom in a little bit more, you can see the proposed 25 60 acre spacing unit outlined in red, which is sections 25 and 36 of 146.99 and 1 and 12 of 145.99. As you go to Exhibit 3 and zoom in even further, again, you can see the 2560 spacing unit proposed, and Phoenix currently has a 37.5% working interest in this 4-mile lateral.
And for the record, does Phoenix anticipate cooperating and working with the other working interest owners regarding the development of this drilling and spacing unit?
We do.
And have you executed the gas capture affidavit that's attached as Exhibit 9?
I have.
I would ask that Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mark, this case 31772, and there was a similar case yesterday by Phoenix for 31725. just north of this space unit. So if this application is granted, there'll be 2 miles in between the space units between those two cases. It appears that 2 mile lateral development in this area is not preferred. So aren't we boxing in sections 13 and 24 in between these two then?
Yes, but we do believe 2 mile laterals are still economic to drill.
Okay. Well, let your engineering witness address that then. Thank you.
You can proceed.
Next witness is Mr. Matt Billingsley. Matt, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am.
And you recall you're still under oath?
Yes, sir.
Starting with Exhibit 4, please describe the structure map and the diagrams on the structure map for the staff.
Exhibit 4 is a structure map on the top of the middle Bakken, showing the 50-foot contour interval showing dip to the north. The red outline is our proposed basing unit. And then the yellow is our cross-section 8A prime with our type log in the center in the lower half of section 34.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 5, describe the type log and the cross-section.
There's a cross-section from 8A prime showing the persistence of the upper, middle, and lower Bakken shale, as well as the upper Three Forks. The middle well is the type log. Just as in the previous one, the gamma rays from track 1, resistivity track 2, and neutron and density porosity are in track 3. Based on the type log, petrophysical parameters, we are anticipating the TVD of the well, the proposed spacing unit to be around 11,270 feet, an average of 6% porosity, 24% water saturation, about 27 feet in thickness, and using a BOI of 1.5 yields about a 4.5 million barrels per section for original oil in place.
And is the Middle Bakken present and continuous across all of the land subject to this application?
Yes, it is.
I would ask for the admission of Exhibits 4 and 5, please.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Eric, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am.
Is Exhibit 6 materially different than your description of Exhibit 6 in the last hearing?
No, it is not. The only thing I would add is these are 4 mile laterals that we'd anticipate completing with 105 frac stations.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 7, please describe your development plans for this proposed spacing unit.
Similar to the other diagram, we'd be anticipating drilling 4 Middle Bakken wells, spaced 1,320 feet apart, 660 offsetting each of the sections line to the west and east. Our anticipated pad location is in the north central part of section 25. So we'd be drilling north to south.
And batch drill all wells?
Correct.
Moving on to Exhibit 8, please describe the well economics, excuse me, for each of the proposed wells in this spacing unit.
Sure. For the reserves, I'm listing out the ARC parameters again. Anticipated initial rate is around 30,000 barrels of oil per month. Initial decline, 68% with a B factor of 0.85. Again, GOR in this area is about 2,700 SCF per barrel. That yields an oil EUR 680 MBO and a gas EUR of 1,670 MMCF. With 4 wells would be anticipated recovery factor between 14 and 15% of the oil in place. The economics in the second table, we run at a flat oil price again of $70 per barrel, $2.50 per MCF. Drilling complete costs for a 4 mile lateral approximately $12.2 million. Includes facilities, variable OPEX $7.5 per barrel, fixed OPEX averages $7,500 per month. With the 8/8 economics, assuming a royalty of 20%, we yield a PV10 of 3.1 million. Internal rate of return is 21% and a payout of approximately 40 months.
Did you hear Mark's question regarding the economics on a 2-mile lateral?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Borer, actually, not Mark Johnson. Have you had occasion to analyze the economics of a 2-mile lateral?
In this area, I have not. But I would anticipate them to be economic, albeit not as economic 3 and 4 mile laterals.
If the record were left open, would you be able to provide an analysis of an economics of a 2-mile lateral?
Yes, that's what I was going to suggest.
With that conclusion, I would ask that Exhibit 6, 7, and 8 be admitted into the record and that the record be left over to submit supplemental exhibits regarding the economics of a 2-mile lateral.
Exhibits are admitted, and the record will be left open in this case till June 5th. Is that enough time?
June 5th, is that enough time, Eric?
Oh, yeah, that will be enough time.
Okay.
Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for, oh, I'm sorry.
So Mark, and does Phoenix have any interest in 13 or 24?
I would have to double check that.
We can submit the answer to that question in a supplemental exhibit as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31772. Case number 31773. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the new home, South Meadow Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 112, Township 158 North, Range 97 West, and sections 6 and 7, Township 158 North, Range 96 West, Williams County, North Dakota, to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne again for the applicant, Phoenix Operating. This case and case number 31774 have very similar exhibits and are companion cases. So I would suggest you call 31774 and we will combine the two in one hearing. We have same geology and engineering.
Any objection to that? Okay. I will now call case number 31774 as well. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the South Meadow Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 5, 6, 7, and 8, Township 158 North, Range 96 West, Williams County, North Dakota, to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled in such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. And your witnesses are sworn under oath.
Okay. Mark, starting with Exhibit 1, describe the lands that are subject to both of these applications.
Yeah, so Exhibit 1 shows the area of interest in the blue square. It's in the northeast of Williams County. As you go to Exhibit 2, you can zoom in a little bit on the subject 2560 spacing unit, which is sections 6 and 7 of 15896 and 1 and 12 of 15897 for a lease line well in between those two. You can see that even better on Exhibit 3, shows the 4 sections. Currently, Phoenix owns 17% of this lease line, proposed lease line. And we have this on our drill schedule for December of this year.
And as with other cases, does Phoenix anticipate cooperating with other working interest owners in this proposed lease line well?
We do.
Okay. I think I will have you do the next set of land exhibits after we go through the geology and engineering. Or do you want them to go through now? Okay. Is Exhibit 1 on 31774 the same as the one you just discussed?
It is.
Describe Exhibit 2 on 31774, the other lease line well.
Exhibit 2 depicts the eastern lease line well of sections 5, 6, 7, and 8 of 158-96. Exhibit 3 tightens up on that to show it in more detail. Currently, on this eastern lease line, Phoenix also owns 17% working interest at the moment.
And you'll cooperate with these working interest owners.
Yes,
And is Exhibit 9 in both dockets, the gas capture affidavit, executed by you?
it is.
I would ask that Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 in both dockets, 31773 and 31774, be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Matt, would you please describe the structure map contained on Exhibit 4, as well as a cross-section on Exhibit 5, and I believe the exhibits in both dockets are precisely the same?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, start
Okay,
with the
Exhibit
structure
4
map.
is okay. Exhibit 4 is a structure map on the top of the middle Bakken with a 50-foot contour interval. The dip is the south-southwest, and the red outline is the proposed 2560 overlapping spacing unit, and the yellow is the type log from 8A, or the cross-section from 8A prime, with the type log being the center well.
And moving on, describe Exhibit 5, please.
Exhibit 5 is the cross-section from 8A prime, showing the presence of the upper, middle, lower Bakken shales, and the upper part of the Three Forks. The middle well is the type well. As in the previous hearing, the track 1 is the gamma ray log, track 2 is resistivity, and track 3 is the neutron intensity porosity. Based on the type log, our anticipated approximate TBD of the well will be in the middle Bakken at about 9960, average porosity of 8%, an average water saturation of 28%, and an average gross thickness of 64 feet. Using a BOI of 1.5 yields approximately 13 million barrels of oil in place per section.
I have no further questions for Mr. Billensey, and ask that Exhibits 4 and 5 of both dockets be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Eric, is Exhibit 6 in both dockets the same?
They are identical. I will add the anticipated frac stages in these 2-mile laterals will be 50 stages per well.
Okay. Moving on to Exhibit 7, and they are different in the two dockets, but explain the development plan on each proposed spacing unit using Exhibit
Yes.
7.
Yes, the DSU in question is Section 6 and 7. On case number 31773, we're showing the western leaf line right on the hard section line, and then on 31774, we're showing the eastern leaf line, also on the hard line between the sections 5, 6, 7, and 8. We would batch drill all 6 wells, as I think Mark said, in December of this year. We anticipate the start.
Okay, and moving on to Exhibit 8, please explain the economics of both wells that's contained on Exhibit 8.
Okay, these exhibits are identical for both case numbers. Anticipated initial rate of 23,000 barrels of oil per month. Well life, that would be approximately 26 years. initial decline rate of 71%, a B factor of 0.9. GOR in the area averages 2,200 SCF per barrel. That yields an oil EUR of 430 MBO and a gas EUR of 950 MMCF. The economics below will run at a $70 oil price and a $3.50 MCF price. D&C costs are anticipated at $9 million. I would like to add here that we just completed a 12-well pad, all 2-mile wells. They're averaging $7 million. So that's very encouraging for us and will certainly improve economics. The variable oil cost in the area is about $5 per barrel, fixed OpEx of $7,500 per month. The 8/8 economics run at 20% royalty, yields a PV10 of approximately $3 million, internal rate of return of 37%, and a payout of 30 months.
I would ask that exhibits 6, 7, and 8 in both dockets 31773 and 31774 be admitted into the record.
If they're admitted, any questions from staff?
It looks like they're all supposed to be drilled from one pad, is that right?
That's correct.
Pad in section 7?
Yes.
And it's a new pad?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
That concludes our hearings for case number 31773 and 31774. Case number 31477. Application of CTI Well Service.
You are the last party in the conference.
For an order of the commission transferring the following confiscated wells. The Placid 28-1V well and the Placid 28-2V well, located in section 28, township 146 north, range 100 west, in the Sheep Creek Storm 1-1V well, located at section 1, township 145 north, range 100 west, Rough Rider and Grassy Butte Fields, respectively, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, to CTI Well Service as operator, so said wells might be brought back on production and or such further and additional relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Good morning, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, 31477 on behalf of CTI Well Service. I'm going to have one witness. I think you have the name.
I do.
Should be calling in here shortly.
Good.
Lynn, please. Lynn.
I might need a favor later.
I don't have to do a call-in number, do I? She said something about I had to. She was going to let you know. Yeah, I don't have it. Sarah doesn't have it. Okay, she does have it. Hello? Hello? Lawrence Bender. Hello, Chad, are you there? Pardon me? Okay, just a second.
Okay.
Sorry for the delay.
Mr. Collins,
Yes, hello.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, I do.
Chad, state your full name for the record, please.
Yeah, Chad David Collins,
And Chad, by whom are you employed?
TTI Well Service.
Okay. And what's your position with CTI Well Service?
Yes, operations geologist.
Okay. And why don't you tell us a little bit about your background, your educational background and work experience?
Yes, geologist from Texas A&M University. I spent 15 years in the Bakken region. Started out on a drilling rig as a geosteering geologist, and then worked my way up to work for an operator, and been drilling wells and operating wells for the last 10 years of my career.
And have you been retained by CTI Well Service in this matter to assist CTI in taking over some confiscated wells?
Yes.
And you'd be responsible for making a determination as to what sort of work those wells needed and getting them back into shape so they could be brought on production, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And have you done this sort of work before?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. I'll offer the further testimony as witness out of an expert.
Motion granted.
Chad, let's turn to the packet of exhibits. I assume you have a packet in front of you?
I do, yes.
Okay.
I got Exhibit 3 in front of me right now.
Well, there's
Oh,
some,
Exhibit 1.
yeah, okay.
John Isom.
So let's turn to Exhibit 1, and why don't you tell me what that exhibit is?
Yep, Exhibit 1 is just an overview of the area, regional area of the 3 wells that CTI is asking to get granted to them. You can see highlighted the larger dots would be the 3 wells in question, be the Sheep Creek Storm 1-1B, Placid 28-1B, and Placid 28-2B.
And they're in the vicinity of the Grassy Butte field and also the Rough Rider field, is that correct?
That's correct.
Let's go then to Exhibit 2. Tell us what that is.
Yeah, this is just a closer up view from that regional view showing the 3 wells in question, the Sheep Creek Storm 1-1B, the Grassy Butte field, and the Placid 28-1B and Placid 28-2B in the Rough Rider field.
Okay. And these wells were previously operated by whom?
North Range Resources.
Okay, but the commission has confiscated these wells, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you believe, or you on behalf of CTI believe that these wells can be brought back on production and produce in economic quantities. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir. I was the man that ran these 3 wells prior to COVID, and I know these wells like the back of my hand. I've done the geology, seismic. I was living on the drilling rig when these 3 wells were drilled, and I know them very intimately.
Let's go to the next exhibit, Chad, Exhibit 3. There's just a lot of information on this, and so I don't want you to hit every point. But tell me what this exhibit is, and then why don't you summarize some of the points?
Yes, absolutely. So Exhibit 3 is just an overview of the Placid 28-1B well, which we've already gone over is in the Rough Rider field. Previous operator was North Range Resources, was abandoned 12 months ago. The commission took the well. CTI Well Service had 100% working interest in this well. The plans for the well
since this well has not produced any economical oil in its life, originally North Range tried to produce it in the Mission Canyon. It was uneconomical. Then we went down to the Bakken, and we just simply perforated the Bakken in 2019 prior to COVID. And once the Bakken was perforated, North Range just didn't have any more money to go further than that. So it is under my ideas that we should go back to a well that's been perforated in the Bakken already and see if it's got any pressure on the well. Can it produce any economical oil? If we got any encouraging results there, then possibly a frac might be warranted. The other thing to note, too, with the Mission Canyon, there's two pay zones in the Mission Canyon in the Rough Rider Field. North Range Resources perforated the lower zone first, which was mostly water. The upper zone, which is a 4-foot stringer, we call it the Rough Rider Pay Zone, has not been perforated, but it is a historical producer within the Rough Rider Field. So I believe that there is, if the Bakken does not work, there's a very high chance that the upper Mission Canyon would be an economical zone to produce oil. Now, obviously, prior to going and producing any of this oil, CTI will go out and get the well pad up to compliance with the NDIT, such as erosion control, managing weeds, finishing tank battery out, separator, and testing the dead man anchors before a workover rig is brought in, get those back into compliance, and then simply bring in a workover rig and set tubing in the hole with the packer and see if we can get the Bakken to produce by flowing, which in the Rough Rider Field, historically, it does produce by flowing because this is actually the deepest part of for the Bakken in the Williston Basin. So there's a very high pressure gradient, and I believe that with the right reservoir contact, we can get this well to produce relatively quickly and get to making the state some tax revenue again.
Chad, in terms of doing this work, if the commission were to grant the application of CTI and turn the Placid 28-1V well over to CTI, how much time after the well is turned over would CTI need before it would start commencing the work that you just described?
Yeah, I would believe we would start within under 1 month's time.
Okay, and I'll ask this question now. Would you start on this well first, or would you start on the Placid 28-2 well, or would you start on the Sheep Creek well? I'm assuming that you wouldn't start all three of them at the same time. Can you describe in what order you would take them and how that time frame would look?
Yes. So first well would be the Sheep Creek Storm 1-1V, simply because that well is a historical producer. It's made over 80,000 barrels of crude oil, very little water. We believe that well, we have the parted rod and possibly a hole in the tubing. So that's a relatively quick, straightforward fix. Downhole surface, get that back into compliance, erosion control, weed, pressure test all of the flow lines, separator over to the tank battery, etc. So we would do the Sheep Creek Storm first. Second would be the Placid 28-2V. That one's ready to go. That one probably just needs to have a pump change, and we should be able to get that one back on. There's more extensive work that we would do on the 28-2V because there's a packer stuck in the hole from whenever we did a frac job on the Bakken back in 2018, I believe. So we would need to fish that packer out of the hole. And we believe that there is a sand bridge underneath the packer. When Schlumberger was performing the frac, it was on December 23rd, and I believe it was somewhere around 15 below zero, and they just had a hard time with the fuel and the engines. And so when we were pumping, several of the engines went off offline for about 10 minutes, which was probably settling somewhere around 10 to 20,000 pounds of sand free falling down the wellbore, and more than likely it just collected near the perforations. So the frac, it was successful, but there might be a sand bridge underneath there, which is why this well's never produced significantly in its life. But CTI has the capacity to have their own workover rigs to go in there and fish out this packer that needs to be removed and get this thing back on production. And then we would move over to the Placid 28-1B and do what I just described earlier.
So I'm a little confused. I thought you said you'd start with the Sheep Creek. Okay, I think you did say this. You're starting with the Sheep Creek, and then you'd move to the Placid 28-2B, and then after that you'd move to the Placid 28-1V. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that's just because it'll take less time to get the Sheep Creek 1-1 turned on, and so on and so forth.
Now, you've previously testified that you believe you can get the 28-1V online within 30 days of the issuance of an order. Does that take into consideration that you'd be doing the Sheep Creek Storm 1-1V well first, and the Placid 28-2V second, and the 28-1V third?
With that particular order, we would probably need 45 to 60 days to get the 28-1B.
So just to make the record clear, if the application is granted, you believe that CTI Well Service can get in and work over these wells that you've just described and get all that work done in 45 days after an order is entered. Is that correct?
Yeah, 45 to 60 days. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on your Exhibit 4, once again, you've listed a lot of equipment that's on site. Do you believe that equipment is in such shape that a lot of it can be utilized when these wells are brought back on production?
Yes, I believe all this equipment is still in functioning order. On the 28-2B, the pumping unit is relatively brand new. All the flow lines were brand new, in 2017. The treater, also brand new. Tank battery, that was all brand new. I believe that whenever this well, right before it was taken over by the commission, that most of the flow lines were empty, so I don't believe there was any possible water corrosion happening within all of the production facility.
Okay, and in each of these three wells, CTI has already made a significant investment by acquiring the oil and gas leases under the well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So after these wells are brought online, CTI will be in a position to put royalty owners on a pay status. Is that correct?
Yes, royalty owners on a pay status, been working about 4 months, and we got everyone signed up.
And also you mentioned that in addition to revenue going to the royalty owners, there's also some benefit in terms of tax revenue to the state of North Dakota. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
I don't have any other questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer exhibits 1 through 4.
Exhibits are admitted.
Or, excuse me, 1 through 5.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Chad, you indicate, and I just want to clarify that the status of all three wells are in abandoned status, correct?
Yes, sir.
And does CTI Well Service understand that if the commission was to transfer these wells over, that single well bonds would be required for each of the three wells?
Yes, I believe so.
Are you aware that the commission had filed a complaint for failure to produce and failure to post single well bonds under the prior operator for the Placid 28-1B well?
Yes and no, for the fact that I was no longer with North Range Resources after 2019. So I guess just through the grapevine I had heard about it, but nothing I could do about it.
Does CTI Well Service operate anywhere besides North Dakota or in the future here in North Dakota?
Just North Dakota. They're based out of Williston.
Have you filed a Form 2 with the commission that outlines your officers and your representatives within the entity yet?
Our office lady was working on that this week.
Okay, I'll come back around with some additional questions here in a minute. Thank you.
Chad, does CTI Well Service operate any wells currently?
No, sir.
In your current position, are you an officer in CTI?
As of right now, I'm just a consultant. But I believe once we get these wells turned over, then yes, I would be in a position to be an officer.
Were you an officer in North Range Resources?
No. I was just the grunt guy out in the field because I was the youngest one, so I had to do all the field work.
Do you know when that Form 2 is going to be submitted?
I do not, but I can let Lawrence know. Hopefully this week, I can let him know. And he can pass it on to you.
We would want to make that Form 2 part of the record in this case.
Yeah, we should be able to have it prepared by next Thursday. Probably be sooner. We'll submit it as soon as we get it.
Lawrence, do you have any objection to making the well files part of the record in this case?
No objection.
And do you have any objection if the commission takes administrative notice of its field notes and the complaint case?
Take administrative notice of what?
The field notes?
The field notes. Describe for me what field notes are.
Well, there would be an inspector notes on when they inspected the wells and issues they observed out there.
No, we don't have any objection to that.
And the complaint in the previous case, I don't know if we'll use it, but we would like to take administrative notice of it.
No, I suspect it'll help you if you want to put some background into an order. So I have no objection to that.
Chad, you mentioned that they have acquired the leases. Have they acquired all the leases under each well in the space unit that currently exists?
Yes, sir, along with all surface use agreements.
So you've entered into surface use agreements for these 3 wells under CTI's well, under CTI's name?
Yes, sir.
What is CTI's plan if the if any of the workovers are not successful?
We would plug and abandon and reclaim these locations.
Do you have a sense of, I guess the order will grant the commission the authority to transfer the wells. Obviously, that would not happen until the bonds are in place.
That's how, I was involved in one of these before, if you remember, Mr. Bohr, and that's the way the order was drafted, is that the bonds had to be, put in place before the transfer would take place. And I guess we anticipate that's what's gonna happen here.
Do you know who the officers in North Range were?
I believe it was a gentleman named Joseph Burrell.
Do you have any idea how to spell that?
Joseph would just be, I guess, how typically, Joseph, and then Burrell, B is in Bravo, A-R-I-L-E is in Echo.
Okay, thank you.
Dave, do you have any more questions? Dave? Okay, so the record will remain open in this case till June 5th. That's next Thursday. And that concludes our hearing for case number 31477. Case number 31300, application of Formentera Operations LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Bluffton Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 21, 28, and 33, Township 162 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit and or such further relief. This case has been continued to our June hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31300. Case number 31301.
You're the only person in this meeting. Please stay on the line.
Application of Stevens Williston LLC, doing business as SEG Williston LLC, for an order amending the field rules for the Bluffton Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to establish an overlapping 1920 acre stand-up spacing unit comprised of all of sections 9, 16, and 21, Township 162 North, Range 97 West, and authorizing the drilling, completion, and production of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on such proposed spacing unit and such other relief as appropriate. This case has been continued to our June hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31301, and that concludes our hearings for the day.